In the sun-drenched, Bible Belt towns of the American South in the late 1980s, the Brotherhood of Eternal Abundance promised its devoted followers not just spiritual salvation, but miraculous material wealth, a divine blessing for their unwavering faith. But if their charismatic leader, Brother Elias, truly held the key to unlocking heaven's earthly treasures, why were only a select few in his inner circle living in opulent luxury, while the vast majority of the congregation toiled in quiet penury, always on the precipice of that elusive, promised fortune? Brother Elias, born Elias Thorne, was a man woven from the fabric of Southern charm and evangelical fervor. His voice, a soothing baritone, could fill any room, calming anxieties and stirring hopes. He founded the Brotherhood on the principle of sowing seeds of faith, interpreted as generous financial donations, which he promised would yield 100-fold return, both spiritually and materially. He wasn't a gangster in the traditional sense. His weapon was faith, his coercion a subtle spiritual shaming. Doubters were subtly branded as lacking faith, their struggles attributed to their own spiritual shortcomings, rather than the systematic siphoning of their life savings. The Brotherhood grew exponentially, attracting thousands seeking solace and financial breakthrough. They built sprawling compounds, broadcast television programs, and launched Brotherhood enterprises, construction companies, organic farms, even publishing houses. These enterprises were staffed almost entirely by congregation members, working for minimal wages or as volunteers, their labor an act of devotion. All profits, supposedly, flowed back into the Brotherhood, expanding its benevolent reach. But the true flow was far more intricate. Donations, often in cash, were first deposited into a complex web of church accounts, then funneled through a series of offshore trusts and shell corporations, disguised as legitimate investments in international real estate or humanitarian aid. These funds were then quietly diverted into Brother Elias's personal accounts, or used to sustain a lavish lifestyle for him and his most loyal lieutenants. The system was ingenious. The congregation provided the labor and the capital, while Brother Elias provided the divine justification for their perpetual sacrifice. Agent Rachel Lynn, a young, tenacious IRS investigator, assigned to a task force focusing on nonprofit fraud, first stumbled upon the Brotherhood through a discrepancy in tax filings. Their reported charitable expenditures seemed disproportionately low compared to their immense income, and their volunteers consistently filed tax returns claiming zero income, despite working full-time. The financial reports, voluminous and complex, spoke of prosperity, but something in the numbers felt hollow. You might wonder, how does one even begin to investigate an organization cloaked in religious sanctity, especially when its followers are so utterly devoted? Rachel's investigation was slow and careful. She couldn't simply raid a church. She focused on the financial trails, painstakingly cross-referencing public records, property deeds, vehicle registrations with the Brotherhood's official filings. She noticed the fleet of luxury cars registered to the Brotherhood's executive staff, the sprawling private estates purchased under the guise of retreat centers, and the immense personal wealth accumulating in accounts linked to Brother Elias and his inner circle, all while the average congregant lived paycheck to paycheck, waiting for their abundance to manifest. She also noticed that any former members who questioned the finances often found themselves subtly ostracized, their businesses facing mysterious downturns, or their reputations quietly sullied within the community. The turning point came from a quietly disillusioned elder within the Brotherhood, a man named Thomas Vance. Thomas had been one of Brother Elias's earliest and most fervent disciples, drawn by the promise of genuine spiritual revival. But over the years, he had witnessed the growing disconnect between the preached message and the practiced reality. He saw the genuine struggles of the congregants and the blatant opulence of the leadership. He had tried to raise concerns internally, only to be met with subtle threats and spiritual condemnation. With immense trepidation, Thomas anonymously provided Rachel with internal financial documents, coded ledgers, expense reports with unusual annotations, and records of secret cash disbursements. These documents meticulously detailed how sown seeds were actually harvested for personal gain, and how the Brotherhood's enterprises were essentially sweatshops, their profits flowing into a black hole of personal enrichment. Armed with Thomas's courageous evidence, Rachel and her team built a case that focused not on religious dogma, but on the systematic financial fraud, racketeering, and conspiracy to commit tax evasion. They executed warrants simultaneously on the Brotherhood's headquarters, its affiliated businesses, and the personal residences of Brother Elias and his top lieutenants. The evidence was overwhelming. Multiple sets of books, offshore accounts, and detailed records of luxury expenditures masked as ministry expenses. Brother Elias was arrested not during a dramatic sermon, but quietly at his sprawling private estate, amidst the very trappings of wealth that had been acquired through the faith of his followers. There was no struggle, only a chilling silence. The charges were for racketeering, fraud, and money laundering. His empire, built on spiritual promises and financial deception, crumbled under the weight of hard numbers and the quiet courage of a disillusioned believer. The faithful were left to grapple with the devastating betrayal, realizing that the prophet of prosperity had, in truth, been a meticulously calculating shadow broker of their deepest hopes and hard-earned savings. His reign ended not with a bang, but with the quiet click of handcuffs, a stark reminder that even the most ethereal forms of control can ultimately be grounded by the unforgiving laws of earthly finance. A small, faded ledger, discovered not in a dramatic police raid, but in a dusty archive of forgotten corporate filings, held the true economic blueprint of one of Europe's most elusive criminal networks. How could such a seemingly minor artifact, almost a historical footnote, lead to the downfall of a man considered utterly untouchable? You might envision a kingpin, a figure draped in shadows and known for brutal displays of power. But Eduard Volkov was none of these things. He was a man of unassuming demeanor, a financial consultant by trade, known for his meticulous attention to detail and an almost monastic dedication to order. In the bustling heart of a European capital, Volkov operated from a discreet office suite, the kind where hushed tones and the scent of expensive coffee lingered in the air. His clients were varied. Old money families seeking discreet investment advice, promising startups in need of a guiding hand, and even a few minor governmental agencies seeking financial optimization. On the surface, he was the picture of legitimate success, a quiet pillar of the city's financial elite. Yet, beneath this placid facade, Volkov had spent decades weaving a vast, invisible empire. His criminal enterprise wasn't built on drug shipments or street protection rackets, but on the sophisticated manipulation of capital. He specialized in what he subtly termed financial rerouting, a euphemism for a global money laundering operation so intricate it baffled even seasoned investigators for years. Through a labyrinth of shell corporations registered in offshore havens, legitimate-looking real estate acquisitions, and complex currency exchanges, Volkov could cleanse billions, transforming ill-gotten gains into untraceable, respectable assets. His power stemmed not from threats of violence, but from the quiet leverage of financial dependency. Businesses, seemingly on the brink, would find a savior in Volkov's network, receiving generous loans or timely investments, only to realize later they were merely conduits in his grand design, bound by unseen chains of debt and compromise. For years, the authorities had only whispers, a vague sense of a financial ghost, an entity that seemed to absorb dirty money and make it vanish without a trace. There were no marked territories, no bloody turf wars, only the subtle hum of transactions, the quiet click of computer keys, and the faint, almost imperceptible hum of a system designed to be invisible. Eduard Volkov rarely met his clients face to face, preferring layers of trusted intermediaries, each compartmentalized, knowing only their small piece of the grand puzzle. This distance, he believed, was his ultimate shield, a moat of anonymity. The beginning of the end for Volkov's empire was, fittingly, as unassuming as the man himself. It began with an intern, Clara, at the National Archives, sifting through the dusty records of a bank that had ceased operations back in the 1980s. Her task was to digitize old corporate filings, a tedious job filled with long-forgotten names and defunct enterprises. Among these was a small, leather-bound ledger, not officially part of the bank's general records, but rather a personal accounting book kept by one of its lesser-known directors, a man long deceased. The ledger contained odd, seemingly random entries, cryptic letter codes, unusual date patterns, and sums that didn't quite align with the bank's official statements. Most people would have dismissed it as an old anomaly, but Clara, driven by a quiet curiosity, found herself drawn to its peculiarities. She noticed a recurring set of initials and a pattern of large, round number transfers that always seemed to coincide with the opening or closing of specific, seemingly unrelated companies. This wasn't a smoking gun, but a faint scent. Clara escalated her findings to a supervisor, who, intrigued by her persistence, passed it on to a junior analyst in the financial crimes unit. The analyst, a methodical young woman named Detective Inspector Anya Sharma, spent weeks poring over the ledger's meticulous, yet utterly deceptive entries. What she discovered was a secret language, a code that, when painstakingly deciphered, began to reveal a vast network of shell companies, each linked to another, not through direct ownership, but through a shared, hidden beneficiary, the coded initials EV. It was a slow, methodical unraveling. Inspector Sharma's team followed the paper trail that Eduard Volkov had believed impenetrable. They traced transactions across continents, mapped out the flow of funds through seemingly legitimate businesses, and built a web of evidence piece by painstaking piece. There was no single moment of dramatic confrontation. Instead, the net tightened quietly, inexorably. The legal teams, armed with a mountain of financial data, began to freeze assets, dismantle corporate structures, and issue summonses. The quiet knock on the door came on a Tuesday morning, as Volkov was reviewing the latest market reports in his pristine office. It wasn't a SWAT team or a shouting arrest. It was a formal notification, delivered by a quiet, determined detective, informing him that his entire financial architecture had been systematically mapped, dissected, and was now being legally dismantled. The man who had built an empire on anonymity and quiet control was undone not by a grand gesture, but by the quiet diligence of an intern and the patient analysis of a detective, proving that sometimes the most dangerous secrets are hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right eyes to find them. His meticulous nature, the very strength he relied upon, had left a breadcrumb trail in the form of a faded ledger, a silent witness to his invisible empire. The senior senator's career ended not with a bang, but a whimper. One morning, he simply announced his immediate retirement, citing unforeseen personal reasons, vanishing from the public eye without a whisper of scandal or controversy. How could a political titan's influence evaporate so completely overnight? And what unseen hand held the threads of so many powerful lives in a hidden archive of quiet leverage? His name was Silas Thorne, though few outside a very tight circle even knew it. Silas wasn't a man of muscle or overt threats. He was a master of information, a quiet sentinel in the digital shadows and dusty corners of forgotten paper trails. In the bustling New York of the late 1980s, while the notorious Mancini crime family projected an image of brutal efficiency, their true power increasingly stemmed from Silas. A former investigative journalist whose idealism had corroded into cynicism, he found his unique talent for uncovering inconvenient truths perfectly suited to the syndicate's evolving needs. He specialized in finding the quiet compromises, the hidden indiscretions, and the buried pasts of the city's elite. Politicians, judges, business magnates, even rival criminal figures. Silas operated from a nondescript office building overlooking the East River, meticulously cataloging every slip, every secret. He employed no enforcers, only a handful of skilled, silent researchers, each tasked with gathering disparate pieces of information. A leaked memo here, a hushed rumor there, an old photograph of a forgotten indiscretion, a questionable financial transaction. Silas would weave these threads into a tapestry of undeniable, quiet coercion. His method was surgical. He never demanded violence, rarely even direct payment. Instead, a targeted individual would receive an anonymous package, perhaps a single photo, an old newspaper clipping with a certain name highlighted, or a printout of an obscure financial record. The message was implicit, we know. The ensuing compliance, a zoning permit approved, a rival bid withdrawn, a blind eye turned, was almost always immediate and untraceable. You might wonder about the depth of this influence. Think of a prominent judge presiding over a crucial case that could cripple a Mancini front company. Instead of threats to his family, he simply receives a cryptic note detailing his long-ago affair with a law clerk, complete with dates and locations that only he and she could possibly know. Or a city councilman, staunchly opposing a syndicate-backed development, suddenly changes his vote after a quiet phone call where a specific, damning detail about his private finances is mentioned. This was Silas's art, turning shame and fear into silent cooperation, expanding the Mancini family's reach into legitimate sectors without a single gunshot. His influence was pervasive, yet almost invisible, allowing the Mancini family to operate with an unparalleled sense of impunity. His network of informants was as diverse as his targets, ranging from disgruntled former employees to highly placed but compromised insiders. He paid well, but more importantly, he offered discretion, understanding that silence was currency. The Mancini boss, Leonardo Mancini, understood Silas's true value. He was the quiet arm of their power, the man who brought the city to its knees not through violence, but through the chilling whisper of exposed truth. Silas, for his part, found a perverse satisfaction in his work. He believed he was simply revealing the inherent corruption of power, stripping away the veneer of respectability from those who claimed moral high ground. The first crack in Silas's impenetrable fortress of secrets emerged not from a direct investigation of the Mancini family, but from the quiet persistence of a young FBI analyst named Clara Thorne, no relation, who was frustrated by the seemingly random good fortune of the Mancini syndicate. Clara noticed a peculiar pattern. Influential figures, when targeted by the Mancini family's legitimate-seeming business ventures, often capitulated with almost no discernible pressure, and certainly no overt threats. There was no paper trail of bribery, no recorded phone calls of extortion. It was the absence of resistance, the lack of a fight, that caught her attention. She started cross-referencing these curious capitulations with unrelated, minor news items. A sudden resignation, a quiet divorce, a sudden withdrawal from a public race. Clara theorized that the Mancini family had a leverage master, someone who held quiet psychological sway. Her breakthrough came when a mid-level city official, whose career had inexplicably stalled after opposing a Mancini bid, finally cracked under the pressure of a prolonged, unrelated audit. He didn't confess to extortion, but he spoke of an anonymous package, a vague threat that exposed a single, deeply personal secret from his past. He mentioned a unique, vintage typewriter font on the threatening note, a detail so specific it seemed insignificant. But for Clara, it was a tiny, crucial thread. She began searching public records and old newspaper archives for similar, anachronistic fonts, eventually connecting it to a defunct investigative journalism outfit that had once employed a certain Silas Thorne, known for his meticulous research and old-school methods. The raid on Silas's office was less a dramatic bust and more an archaeological excavation. Behind a false wall, they found it, an immaculately organized, climate-controlled archive. Rows upon rows of meticulously labeled files, hard drives, and even microfiche, detailing the hidden lives of thousands. The sheer volume was staggering. There were no weapons, no stacks of cash, just secrets, meticulously cataloged and ready for deployment. Silas, found calmly reviewing a file on a prominent judge, simply looked up, a faint, almost weary smile touching his lips. He knew his reign of silent power was over. The Mancini family, stripped of their most potent weapon, their hidden leverage laid bare, quickly crumbled, proving that even the most subtle forms of control can be undone by the quiet, methodical pursuit of truth. Samuel "Sammy the Seam" Glick was an enigma. For nearly 40 years, he moved through the upper echelons of New York's financial world as a quiet, unassuming investment advisor, renowned for his uncanny ability to transform even the murkiest funds into sparkling, legitimate assets. Yet, beneath his polished exterior and understated charm, Sammy was the silent, indispensable architect behind the financial empires of not one, but several of America's most fearsome crime families. A man whose subtle movements shifted billions without a trace. How did this unassuming financial wizard achieve such unparalleled influence over the underworld's finances? And what quiet, human vulnerability would eventually unravel his meticulously constructed world of shadows? Sammy Glick began his career not on the streets, but in the hallowed halls of a prestigious financial firm, a brilliant analyst with a photographic memory for figures and a natural understanding of complex market dynamics. He was overlooked, perhaps, for his quiet demeanor, his preference for numbers over networking. His true genius was discovered almost by accident when a struggling, mid-level associate with ties to a minor gambling ring approached him, desperate to clean a significant sum of cash. Sammy saw not a criminal, but a puzzle. He devised a system so ingenious, involving offshore trusts, layered real estate purchases, and seemingly innocuous art acquisitions, that the money disappeared and reappeared, utterly untraceable. His reputation, whispered through the underworld, grew not through force, but through results. He became the Seam, the man who could stitch together the disparate threads of illicit wealth into a seamless fabric of legitimacy. Sammy never affiliated himself with one family, choosing instead to serve as a neutral, highly sought-after consultant for multiple syndicates. This made him untouchable. If one family tried to threaten him, another would protect him, understanding his unique value. He advised on everything from large-scale construction projects funded by racketeering to intricate international trade schemes masking drug profits. His methods were always sophisticated, involving shell corporations that stretched across continents, carefully timed stock market transactions, and even investments in legitimate tech startups, making it nearly impossible for law enforcement to follow the money trail. He operated from a modest office in a nondescript building, his only companions a rotating team of carefully vetted, utterly discreet junior accountants, none of whom ever knew the true nature of the colossal sums passing through their hands. His influence was subtle but profound. When two rival families clashed over a disputed territory, Sammy would mediate not with threats, but with a complex financial proposal that showed how a peaceful resolution would yield far greater profits for both sides through joint, laundered investments. He turned violent feuds into quiet mergers, always finding the most profitable path. He never carried a weapon, never raised his voice, and never left a paper trail that could be directly linked to the underworld. His power was derived from his indispensable knowledge of global finance and his unparalleled ability to turn dirty money into assets that shone bright under the scrutiny of legitimate markets. He lived a comfortable, though not extravagant, life in a quiet suburb, his only true joy outside of his work being his estranged daughter, Eliza, a brilliant young woman whom he secretly funded through her rigorous studies in forensic accounting, a quiet act of paternal devotion wrapped in a web of deceit. The quiet unraveling of Sammy's world began, ironically, with the very person he loved most. Dr. Eliza Glick, having earned her PhD in financial forensics, joined a specialized FBI task force dedicated to untangling complex money laundering operations. She was driven not by any personal vendetta, but by a pure, almost academic fascination with the intricate patterns of illicit finance. She began noticing a recurring, almost elegant, anomaly in several seemingly unrelated investigations targeting various organized crime groups across the Northeast. There were instances where vast sums of money would vanish from a known criminal enterprise, only to reappear months later as legitimate investments in completely different, highly diversified sectors, leaving no discernible financial fingerprint. What caught Eliza's attention wasn't a mistake, but the sheer perfection of the concealment. The transitions were too smooth, the layering too complex, the legal camouflage too flawless for typical criminal operations. It implied a single, highly sophisticated central architect, a master weaver of financial illusions. She began building a complex algorithm to trace these ghost transactions, connecting disparate data points that no human eye could easily link. Her analysis revealed a hidden network of shell companies and financial maneuvers so intricate, so precise, that it defied conventional understanding of criminal finance. The more she pulled at the threads, the more they led to a singular, elusive signature. A unique blend of offshore banking, specific types of real estate trusts, and a rare, almost artistic use of seemingly legitimate venture capital investments. The FBI, initially skeptical, grew intrigued by Eliza's impassioned presentations. Her algorithms pointed to a pattern that suggested the existence of an unprecedented financial nexus for the underworld. She didn't know it was her father, but her research, presented in a sealed brief, described his exact methodology, his signature. When the federal agents, acting on Eliza's groundbreaking findings, finally executed search warrants on a dozen seemingly legitimate businesses linked by her algorithm, the evidence they uncovered was overwhelming. It wasn't about drugs or violence. It was about the sheer volume of laundered billions meticulously tracked through Sammy's unique financial seams. Sammy Glick was found at his quiet suburban home, poring over a complex set of ledgers, a faint, almost wistful smile on his face. He knew his world was collapsing, not from a threat he couldn't deflect, but from the quiet brilliance of a mind he himself had helped cultivate. The ghost of Wall Street, the man who had perfected the art of invisibility, was ultimately undone by the very clarity he instilled in his own daughter, a silent testament to the ironic power of unintended consequences. For decades, the city's refuse collection operated with an almost unnatural efficiency, a silent testament to Bartholomew Barty Finch's iron grip on the urban underbelly. But how could a monopoly so mundane, yet so vital, become the Achilles heel that finally brought down a man who seemed to own the very streets without firing a single shot? Bartholomew Finch was not the imposing figure one might expect to control a significant portion of a major city's infrastructure. He was a man of unassuming stature, always dressed in well-tailored but conservative suits, with a quiet demeanor that belied the vast network he commanded. From his sleek, modern office in a downtown high-rise, adorned with minimalist art and polished chrome, Barty oversaw Evergreen Waste Solutions, a company that had grown from a single garbage truck in the 1970s to the undisputed titan of municipal waste management. On the surface, Evergreen was a model of civic responsibility, sponsoring local cleanup drives and boasting state-of-the-art recycling facilities. Barty Finch was a regular at Rotary Club meetings, lauded for his contributions to urban hygiene. Yet, his dominance was built on a foundation of quiet intimidation and intricate financial manipulation. Evergreen Waste Solutions held virtually every major waste contract in the city, from residential pickups to industrial waste disposal. Competing bids mysteriously disappeared or were deemed non-compliant on technicalities. Small, independent haulers found their trucks routinely targeted for inspections by city authorities, leading to costly delays and fines, or their contracts inexplicably revoked. The message was clear. If you wanted to operate in this city, you operated under Evergreen's shadow, or you didn't operate at all. This wasn't about violence. It was about the insidious creep of financial pressure and the weaponization of bureaucratic procedures. Businesses that dared to question Evergreen's exorbitant fees might find their refuse bins mysteriously overflowing for days, attracting rats and public health complaints, often followed by sudden, hefty fines from city sanitation. Restaurants would face immediate health code violations due to uncollected grease traps. Construction sites would grind to a halt because of unhauled debris. These issues were never accompanied by threats, only by the quiet, efficient lack of service, leaving businesses with no choice but to pay Evergreen's inflated prices or face ruin. The extra profits were laundered through a sophisticated web of shell companies disguised as equipment leasing firms, consulting agencies, and even charitable trusts, transforming the city's trash into untraceable treasure. For years, this system operated like a perfectly oiled machine. City officials, many of whom owed their campaigns to donations from Evergreen's various front organizations, looked the other way. Citizens complained about rising waste fees but saw a clean city, and so largely remained complacent. Barty Finch had mastered the art of making his criminal enterprise seem like a necessary, if expensive, public service. His power was not derived from fear of physical harm, but from the quiet certainty that he could make daily life in the city unworkable if his demands were not met. The slow unraveling began not with a grand exposé, but with the quiet determination of Sarah Jensen, a newly appointed environmental quality officer with a deep-seated commitment to data integrity. Sarah was tasked with auditing the city's waste streams, aiming to optimize recycling efforts and identify potential environmental hazards. Her initial review of Evergreen's reported waste volumes and disposal sites revealed inconsistencies. Some reported weights for industrial waste seemed impossibly low for the scale of operations they served, while others were suspiciously high for residential areas. It was as if the numbers were being artfully massaged. Sarah didn't jump to conclusions, but her training as a forensic statistician urged her to dig deeper. She began cross-referencing Evergreen's official reports with independent energy consumption data from the city's incinerators and landfill capacity reports. The discrepancies grew. She noticed that certain competitors that had allegedly ceased operations still showed up on old, seemingly forgotten permits, and that some of Evergreen's subcontractors had identical, non-sequential billing codes. These were not smoking guns, but rather tiny threads, each pulling at the elaborate tapestry of Barty's control. Her quiet persistence eventually caught the attention of federal investigators who had long suspected corruption in the city's public services but lacked the precise entry point. Sarah's meticulously compiled data, presenting anomalies in waste volumes and disposal fees, provided that entry. The federal probe became a financial deep dive, moving beyond the obvious contracts and into the labyrinth of shell corporations that Barty had built. They followed the money trails, not through dramatic stakeouts, but through bank statements, property deeds, and corporate registries, revealing how the overcharged fees flowed into Barty's hidden empire. The moment it all unraveled for Barty Finch came not in a dramatic raid, but in the quiet silence of a deposition room. Federal prosecutors presented him with an overwhelming array of financial documents, all legally obtained, tracing every inflated invoice, every diverted payment, and every fraudulent consulting fee back to his control. They showed how his refusal to service non-compliant businesses created demonstrable public health risks, directly linked to his financial gains. His meticulous nature, which had allowed him to build such a detailed financial structure, now became his undoing, as every transaction, no matter how carefully hidden, left a digital or paper trail. Barty Finch was ultimately charged with widespread racketeering, financial fraud, and extortion, not through violence, but through the systematic manipulation of a vital urban service. His empire, built on the quiet fear of inconvenience and financial strangulation, crumbled under the weight of irrefutable financial data, meticulously unearthed by a diligent civil servant, proving that sometimes the quietest forms of control leave the loudest paper trail, waiting for someone with the right eyes to find them. Giovanni "Gio" Moretti was not the brutish figure many imagined when they thought of organized crime. He was a connoisseur, a quiet, almost scholarly man whose passion for antique Chinese porcelain was as deep as his network of illicit trade routes. For decades, he operated a sophisticated smuggling ring that moved everything from stolen art to narcotics across international borders, all while maintaining an impeccable facade as a legitimate art dealer. But how did this refined man build such an expansive criminal empire right under the nose of global law enforcement? And what seemingly innocuous detail, born from his very passion, would eventually lead to his downfall? Joe's story began in a modest antiquarian shop in Naples, a family business he transformed from a quaint local curiosity into a global enterprise. He possessed an uncanny eye for authenticity and an even more remarkable talent for logistics. Unlike his counterparts who relied on intimidation, Gio built his empire on precision and discretion. He cultivated relationships with shipping magnates, customs officials, and even legitimate museum curators across Europe, Asia, and the Americas. His shipments, often disguised as priceless artifacts for legitimate collectors, were meticulously packaged, always cleared customs without incident, and moved with a seamless efficiency that baffled investigators for years. His method was elegant. He would often mix a legitimate, high-value art piece with illicit cargo, using the former as a Trojan horse to divert attention, or using the art itself as a cover for the real, less glamorous but far more lucrative contraband hidden within specially constructed crates. His true genius lay in his ability to exploit the nuances of international trade laws and the insatiable demand for rare antiquities. He understood that the art world, with its high values, opaque transactions, and emphasis on discretion, was the perfect cover for moving vast sums of untraceable wealth. He set up front galleries in Geneva, Hong Kong, and New York, each curated with exquisite taste, drawing in legitimate collectors and creating a credible narrative for his frequent, large-scale shipments. These galleries served as perfect money laundering conduits, legitimizing funds acquired from less savory ventures. He was known for his impeccable taste, his quiet generosity to museums, and his almost encyclopedic knowledge of Ming Dynasty ceramics. He truly loved the porcelain, a genuine affection that gave him an air of cultured authenticity, making him seem utterly beyond suspicion. The Moretti crime family, a silent partner in Joe's operations, provided the necessary protection and access to larger markets. But it was Gio who designed the intricate dance of international logistics. He ran a tight ship with minimal communication, preferring encrypted messages and coded references to face-to-face meetings. His associates were carefully vetted, chosen for their discretion and technical expertise, not their muscle. They rarely knew the full scope of the operations, each person privy only to their small, specialized piece of the puzzle. This compartmentalization was a key to his longevity, as no single arrest could unravel the entire network. The undoing of Gio Moretti began not with a drug bust or an art theft, but with a small yet significant shift in the global art market. In the early 2000s, there was a sudden surge in the provenance research of antique artifacts. Collectors and museums, increasingly wary of fakes and looted items, began to demand impeccable historical documentation for every piece. A highly respected Dutch art historian, Dr. Lena Brandt, working on a comprehensive catalog of authentic Ming Dynasty vases, noticed a recurring anomaly. Several high-value pieces that had passed through Gio Moretti's legitimate galleries, while undeniably genuine, possessed a peculiar, almost undetectable hairline crack near the base, a flaw that was aesthetically minor but structurally unique. Dr. Brandt's meticulous research revealed that these particular pieces, despite their vast geographical distribution and varied ownership histories, all seemed to have a common, undocumented point of origin: a specific, remote archaeological site in China that had been illegally excavated years prior. She cross-referenced these unique, flawed pieces with shipping manifests and auction records, slowly uncovering a pattern that pointed directly to Gio Moretti's network. It was a detail so specific, so subtle, that only an expert truly passionate about the subject could have ever noticed it. The hairline crack wasn't a mark of authenticity, but a signature of illicit passage, a small, shared imperfection that testified to their shared, stolen history. Armed with Dr. Brandt's meticulous findings, Interpol and the FBI's Art Crime Unit launched a joint, quiet investigation. They didn't target drug shipments, they targeted the porcelain itself. They began to track the specific flawed pieces, using their unique imperfections as fingerprints. Each time one was identified in an auction or a private collection, it led them closer to the labyrinthine network Gio had constructed. The evidence wasn't about criminal intent. It was about fraudulent provenance and the trafficking of stolen cultural heritage. The investigation culminated in a series of coordinated raids on Joe's legitimate galleries and warehouses, not for drugs, but for evidence of art fraud and the systematic misrepresentation of archaeological artifacts. When agents finally arrived at Gio Moretti's private residence, he was in his study, admiring a rare, perfectly preserved blue and white jar. He looked up, a look of profound resignation on his face. The very passion that had given him his cover, the specific, beautiful flaw in the porcelain he so loved, had also been his quiet, elegant betrayer, proving that even the most refined operations can unravel through the subtle artistry of their own creator. In the bustling, ever-expanding metropolis of the late 1970s, the city's construction industry moved at a peculiar, often exasperating pace, a rhythm dictated not by market forces or architectural ambition, but by the quiet nod of one man. Michael "Mickey" O'Connell, president of the powerful Consolidated Trades Union, was publicly hailed as a tireless advocate for the working man, his booming voice echoing in union halls about fair wages and safe conditions. Yet, behind this public facade, a hidden network of silent coercion and carefully orchestrated payoffs ensured that every major building project, every lucrative city contract, bore his invisible signature. How did this self-proclaimed champion of the working class secretly become the silent arbiter of an entire city's economic progress? And what seemingly minor misstep would ultimately expose the true cost of his omnipresent influence? Mickey O'Connell had risen through the ranks of the union not by force, but by an uncanny ability to mediate disputes and secure favorable contracts for his members. He was charismatic, with a gruff charm that endeared him to blue-collar workers, and a shrewd mind that commanded respect from city officials and developers alike. His influence extended beyond mere labor negotiations. He possessed an unparalleled understanding of supply chains, material costs, and municipal politics. When a developer faced unexpected zoning issues, or a crucial building material was suddenly unavailable, a quiet conversation with Mickey often smoothed the path. These favors were never free, of course. They might involve a contractor hiring a specific, higher-priced transport company, or a supplier agreeing to a subtly inflated invoice. The difference quietly funneled into a network of shell corporations posing as union consulting firms or training initiatives. Mickey's power was built on the subtle leverage of economic disruption, the quiet threat that a project could simply grind to a halt without his unseen blessing. His true genius lay in his ability to control the flow of labor itself. A word from Mickey could initiate a crippling strike, bringing a multi-million-dollar project to a standstill. Conversely, his approval could ensure an abundance of skilled, compliant workers, guaranteeing smooth progress. Developers, desperate to avoid costly delays, quickly learned the unspoken rules. They would, for example, quietly contribute to the Union Workers' Benevolent Fund, a seemingly legitimate charity that, in reality, served as a conduit for payoffs, funneling millions into Mickey's clandestine accounts. The funds were then meticulously laundered through investments in legitimate businesses, restaurants, trucking companies, even small manufacturing plants, all of which mysteriously thrived despite questionable financial fundamentals. It was an intricate web of racketeering, so deeply embedded in the city's economic fabric that it was almost indistinguishable from legitimate business. You might ask, how could such a pervasive system operate for so long without drawing significant attention? The first faint tremor in Mickey O'Connell's empire emerged from the unlikely desk of Assistant U.S. Attorney Sarah Jenkins. Jenkins was new to the organized crime and racketeering section, and unlike her more seasoned colleagues, she wasn't looking for gunfights or drug busts. She was looking for patterns in data, for the financial ghost whispers of systemic corruption. Her attention was drawn to a series of unusually high-cost municipal contracts for public works projects, bridges, schools, civic centers, which consistently went to a handful of firms with known, if opaque, ties to the Consolidated Trades Union. The cost overruns were astronomical, yet explanations for them were always vague, citing unforeseen labor issues or material shortages. Jenkins' initial investigation was a quiet, almost forensic audit of city records. She correlated bid submissions with union activity, noting how often a rival firm's bid would be withdrawn or a project would face crippling strikes, only for a union-preferred company to step in and complete it at a significantly higher cost. There was no direct evidence of threats, just a chillingly consistent pattern of events. She felt like an epidemiologist tracking an unseen virus, following the trail of symptoms rather than the disease itself. Her breakthrough came not from a single informant, but from a persistent, low-level union shop steward named Frank. Frank wasn't a hero, he was simply tired. Tired of seeing his co-workers' pension funds grow at an anemic rate while union executives lived lavishly. Tired of the subtle pressure to ignore safety violations in exchange for harmony on the job site. He provided Jenkins with cryptic but vital information. The specific code used in seemingly benign expense reports to denote special services. The names of shell companies that received exorbitant fees for logistical support. And, most crucially, the schedule of informal meetings between union representatives and contractors, where the true cost of labor peace was negotiated. Frank didn't have direct proof of criminal activity, but he painted a detailed picture of the subtle pressures and hidden transactions that defined Mickey's control. Armed with Frank's insights, Jenkins began to build a meticulous case, focusing on financial irregularities and violations of the racketeer-influenced and corrupt organizations, RICO Act. The charges weren't for violence, but for widespread racketeering, embezzlement of union funds, and conspiracy to defraud the city. The evidence was presented not as dramatic confessions, but as an undeniable paper trail. Millions diverted from pension funds, illicit payments disguised as consulting fees, and a chilling record of contracts awarded only after rivals were subtly pushed out. Mickey O'Connell was arrested at a lavish union charity dinner, surrounded by city officials and grateful members. There was no struggle, no dramatic confrontation. As federal agents quietly escorted him away, the ballroom fell into a stunned silence. The champion of the working man, the architect of the city's progress, was revealed to be a silent puppeteer. His empire built on the quiet leverage of economic disruption and the subtle coercion of those who simply wanted to build. His downfall was not a roar, but a quiet unraveling, a testament to the fact that even the most deeply embedded power structures can be dismantled, one meticulous detail at a time. For decades, the bustling docks of New York Harbor moved with an unseen rhythm, a quiet ballet orchestrated not by official schedules, but by the subtle nod of Frank Moretti, the seemingly benevolent president of the powerful International Longshoremen's Union. He was a man who rarely raised his voice, preferring quiet conversations in dimly lit backrooms over public pronouncements. Yet his word held more weight than any shipping contract. How did a labor leader accrue such absolute, silent control over the lifeblood of a city's commerce? And what seemingly unstoppable force would eventually render his meticulously built empire obsolete? Frank Moretti, known to some as the Fixer, ascended through the Union ranks in the post-war boom of the 1950s, a period of immense growth and equally immense opportunity for those with vision or perhaps a certain kind of opportunism. He understood early on that control of the docks wasn't about brute force, but about logistics. Every crate, every container, every ship that entered or left the port passed through his dominion. He built his power not by breaking kneecaps, but by offering efficiency or withholding it. If you paid Frank a fee, your cargo would be prioritized, smoothly processed, and moved with unparalleled speed. If you didn't, your goods might sit on the pier for weeks, mysteriously misplaced or damaged. This wasn't outright theft. It was soft coercion, a pervasive, quiet racketeering that integrated itself so seamlessly into the fabric of port operations that many legitimate businesses simply factored it into their costs, viewing it as an unavoidable, if unofficial, tax. You might imagine the ripple effect of such control. Food imports could spoil, manufacturing parts could be delayed, entire business ventures could be suffocated or made to flourish based on Frank's quiet directive. He was the silent gatekeeper. He negotiated collective bargaining agreements with a practiced ease, always securing benefits for his union members, which cemented his legitimacy and popularity among the longshoremen. Yet, beneath this veneer of labor advocacy, he ran a sophisticated network of illicit activities. Contraband, from high-value narcotics to stolen luxury goods, moved through the port with astonishing regularity, disguised within legitimate shipments. He even facilitated the quiet arrival and departure of certain undesirable individuals, all for a price. His influence stretched far beyond the docks, touching every aspect of the city's economy, making him an indispensable, if unspoken, partner to several of the city's prominent crime families. Frank maintained a remarkable balance, skillfully mediating disputes between rival factions who all needed his services, ensuring that the flow of goods, licit and illicit, continued uninterrupted. His office, a modest space within the Union Hall, was always impeccably neat. His desk adorned with only a simple, highly polished brass paperweight. He rarely raised his voice, preferring to let a slight narrowing of his eyes or a long, contemplative silence convey his displeasure. His strength lay in his networks, his ability to exert pressure without leaving a trace, and his deep, almost intuitive understanding of the intricate dance between legitimate commerce and shadowed enterprise. The authorities knew something was amiss at the docks, but proving Frank Moretti's direct involvement in criminal activity was like trying to catch smoke. He meticulously avoided direct contact with criminal elements, using layers of loyal, seemingly legitimate intermediaries. The turning point for Frank's empire arrived in the late 1960s, not in the form of an FBI raid, but in the shape of a simple rectangular steel box, the shipping container. This seemingly innocuous invention revolutionized global trade. Goods, once individually loaded and unloaded by large teams of longshoremen, were now sealed into standardized containers, moved by massive cranes and easily transferred between ships, trains, and trucks. The efficiencies were staggering, but for Frank, it represented an existential threat. His power base was rooted in the manual labor of the docks, the human touch points where goods could be manipulated, diverted, or intercepted. At first, Frank dismissed containerization as a fleeting trend, a niche solution for certain bulk goods. But as the 1970s progressed, it became undeniable. Fewer longshoremen were needed, and the opportunities for the discretionary handling of cargo dwindled. The system was becoming too automated, too standardized, too transparent for his old methods. He tried to resist, organizing slowdowns and strikes, arguing for the preservation of traditional jobs. But the economic tide was too strong. Shipping companies embraced the efficiency, and the federal government, keen on modernizing ports, pushed for its adoption. Frank's slow unraveling was not a dramatic fall but a gradual, quiet fading of his power. The illicit goods, once easily slipped into the chaotic flow of manual loading, now required sophisticated, often traceable, tampering with sealed containers. The opportunities for kickbacks on expedited cargo diminished as automated systems took over scheduling. His network of loyal longshoremen, once his eyes and ears, were slowly replaced by machines or found their jobs streamlined to the point where their leverage was gone. The federal investigation, spearheaded by a persistent young prosecutor named Maria Rodriguez, wasn't initially targeting Frank for traditional mob activities. Instead, she focused on the economic impact of the port's inefficiency, the inflated costs of shipping, and the strange lack of competitive bidding for certain port contracts. She noticed that despite technological advancements, the port's productivity remained oddly stagnant compared to others that had embraced containerization more fully. Her investigation revealed that Frank, clinging to the old ways, had deliberately stifled modernization, creating a choke point in the automated system to maintain his remaining illicit control. This deliberate economic sabotage, rather than a direct connection to a violent crime, was the quiet leverage that finally brought him down. Frank Moretti, the quiet king of the docks, found his reign undone not by a rival, but by the relentless march of technological progress, rendering his once formidable shadow utterly powerless. A seemingly minor discrepancy, buried deep within the sprawling ledgers of a regional New York bank, was the first whisper. A series of perfectly mundane transactions, when viewed through a particular, almost obsessive lens, hinted at something far grander and more sinister. How could such an infinitesimal error ultimately lead to the quiet downfall of a shadowy syndicate that had controlled vast swathes of the city's illicit commerce for decades, almost entirely without drawing attention? Arthur Finch was a creature of habit, a man whose life revolved around precision and predictable routines. For 30 years, he had been the unassuming branch manager of a small, discreet bank tucked away on a quiet street in Queens. His suits were always pressed, his desk immaculately organized, and his demeanor perpetually calm. To his colleagues and the handful of legitimate small business owners who banked there, Arthur was the embodiment of reliability, a human automaton of finance. Yet, beneath this placid surface, Arthur Finch was the indispensable, quiet linchpin of one of the most sophisticated money laundering operations on the East Coast. He was not a made man in the traditional sense. He held no rank, carried no weapon, and rarely met the true power brokers face to face. His power lay in numbers, in the intricate web of shell corporations, offshore accounts, and layered transactions he meticulously crafted, transforming mountains of illicit cash into clean, untraceable assets. The syndicate he served, often referred to only as the Quiet Hand, avoided the flashy violence and public displays of power favored by their counterparts. Their strength lay in their invisibility, their pervasive influence filtering through legitimate businesses, quietly siphoning profits from protection rackets, discreet smuggling, and carefully orchestrated blackmail schemes. Arthur's genius ensured these funds were washed clean, allowing the quiet hand to invest in legitimate enterprises, real estate, construction firms, even legitimate import-export businesses, further embedding themselves into the very fabric of the city. He ensured their shadow economy thrived, growing not through overt aggression, but through the insidious expansion of financial influence. The first faint tremor in Arthur's perfectly constructed financial edifice came not from a rival gang, nor from an informant, but from a new, exceptionally diligent auditor named Eleanor Vance. Eleanor was fresh out of business school, armed with an unshakable belief in the sanctity of numbers and an uncanny knack for spotting patterns others missed. She wasn't looking for grand conspiracies, merely ensuring regulatory compliance. It started with a series of deposits from a seemingly innocuous flower shop, followed by unusual, perfectly timed withdrawals by an unrelated construction company. Individually, each transaction was unremarkable. Together, they formed a ghost image, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the financial currents. It was the kind of thing most would dismiss as an anomaly, but Eleanor, with her quiet persistence, saw a question mark. As Eleanor delved deeper, the initial question mark morphed into a faint, shimmering outline of something vast and complex. She traced layers upon layers of transactions, each seemingly disconnected, yet subtly interlinked. Shell corporations in Delaware, then trusts in the Cayman Islands, then back to legitimate-looking investments in New York. It was a financial maze designed to obfuscate, to lull any investigator into a state of bewildered surrender. But Eleanor was tenacious. She didn't seek out the violence or the obvious criminality. She followed the money, which, as she often mused, always left a trail, no matter how faint. Arthur, shielded for so long by his own brilliance and the syndicate's reputation for ruthlessness, began to feel an unfamiliar chill. Small inquiries from compliance, subtle questions from regulatory bodies. These were signals he usually intercepted and redirected with ease. But Eleanor's inquiries were different. They were precise, focused not on a single suspicious transaction, but on the flow of money itself. He found himself subtly altering his methods, adding more layers, creating new diversions. But each adjustment, each new maneuver, ironically, left a slightly larger, slightly more noticeable ripple in the financial water. The pressure mounted, not with threats, but with the quiet, relentless hum of the law closing in. You could almost hear the click of the tumblers as the combination to his intricate lock began to yield. The unraveling was not sudden, but a slow, almost agonizing process. Eleanor, now working closely with an FBI financial crimes unit, presented her findings. They didn't have a body, a weapon, or even a witness. What they had was a financial roadmap of an entire criminal empire, meticulously laid out in hundreds of pages of bank statements, wire transfers, and corporate filings. The small discrepancy had metastasized into an undeniable pattern of racketeering income laundered through Arthur's quiet branch. When the federal agents finally walked into his office, Arthur Finch, the man of impeccable routine and perfect control, was already seated, his hands folded on his desk, almost as if he had been expecting them. The quiet click of the handcuffs was the final, understated sound of an empire brought down not by overt violence, but by the relentless pursuit of an invisible thread. The ledger, it turned out, had indeed spoken too loud. The disappearance of an entire, perfectly intact cargo ship, laden with a fortune in raw diamonds, from the open waters of the Atlantic was the first truly audacious move that signaled a new, almost ghost-like presence in the world of high-seas piracy. No distress signals, no wreckage, just an empty expanse of ocean where a heavily guarded vessel had been moments before. This wasn't the work of traditional brute force pirates. This was something else entirely. How could a criminal mastermind orchestrate such an impossible vanishing act seemingly bending the laws of physics and logistics, and lead law enforcement on a decade-long chase across the globe, all while operating from the quiet anonymity of the digital realm. The architect of this impossible feat was known only as the Navigator. No one knew his real name, his face, or even his true nationality. Whispers suggested he was a former naval intelligence officer, or a disillusioned shipping magnate, or perhaps a reclusive tech genius. What was clear was his unparalleled understanding of maritime logistics, satellite communications, and the vulnerabilities of modern shipping security. The Navigator didn't board ships. He made them disappear. His methods involved sophisticated cyber attacks that disabled tracking systems, manipulated radar data, and created convincing ghost signals that diverted attention. He didn't use guns or explosives. His weapons were lines of code and a profound knowledge of the interconnected global shipping grid. His targets were always high value, carefully chosen after months of meticulous reconnaissance. He focused on cargo that was either incredibly valuable and untraceable, like diamonds or rare earth minerals, or politically sensitive, like advanced weaponry or dual-use technologies. His clientele was equally shadowy: transnational criminal syndicates, rogue states, and desperate, wealthy individuals. He operated as a service, a phantom broker of the impossible, delivering stolen goods to seemingly inaccessible destinations with chilling efficiency. The disappearances were so clean, so devoid of physical evidence, that many in the shipping industry began to believe in a new breed of technologically advanced pirates, almost mythical in their execution. The diamond ship was his magnum opus, a bold statement to the underworld of his capabilities. He'd exploited a subtle flaw in the vessel's satellite communication array, creating a digital dead zone around it, then spoofed its GPS signal to show it continuing on its course while, in reality, it was being quietly diverted to a remote, uncharted rendezvous point. There, a small, specialized crew, prepositioned and equally ghost-like, transferred the cargo within hours, leaving the original vessel adrift, its electronic identity erased, a derelict shell for the tides to claim. The entire operation was a silent, balletic feat of digital manipulation and precise logistics. For years, the Navigator continued his work, expanding his repertoire to include the vanishing of entire freight trains in remote regions and the rerouting of encrypted data streams containing corporate secrets. He communicated exclusively through layers of dark web proxies, using one-time encrypted messages and dead-drop accounts. He left no digital signature, no personal trace, only the chilling aftermath of vanished cargo and baffled authorities. The FBI's newly formed Cyber Maritime Task Force, led by the tenacious Agent David Thorne, was dedicated solely to tracking this ghost. They analyzed terabytes of shipping data, satellite imagery, and communication logs, searching for the faintest digital echo of the Navigator. The break came not from a flaw in the Navigator's complex digital architecture, but from a subtle, almost philosophical pattern in his operations. Agent Thorne, during a late-night session, noticed that the Navigator's pickup and drop-off points, though seemingly random, almost always aligned with obscure, historically significant maritime or land-based trade routes. It was a faint, artistic signature, a hidden homage to the history of global transport. It was a detail only someone with a deep, almost academic appreciation for logistics history would embed. This insight allowed Thorne's team to narrow down potential rendezvous points, not by tracking the Phantom vessel, but by predicting where the Phantom might choose to appear based on his historical, artistic preferences. They began to focus on specific, isolated locations that held historical significance for trade, even if they were remote. One such location was a forgotten, disused port on a remote island in the Aegean, once a vital hub for ancient Mediterranean trade, now merely ruins. Thorne theorized that the Navigator might use such a location for a highly sensitive transfer, banking on its obscurity. The final unraveling was a waiting game. Thorne's team deployed a small, undetectable surveillance drone to the remote Aegean island. For weeks, nothing. Then, one moonless night, a heavily disguised cargo ship, its AIS transponder mysteriously silent, approached the ancient port. The navigator wasn't on board, but a small, unassuming tech expert, monitoring the transfer from a nearby satellite uplink, was. He was apprehended not with guns blazing, but with a quiet, almost resigned nod, caught by the very intellectual elegance of his signature. His face, finally revealed, belonged to a former professor of economic geography, specializing in historical trade routes. The greatest logistical ghost had been found, not by chasing his vanishing axe, but by discerning the faint, intellectual pattern of his phantom footsteps across the global map. It started with an imperceptible anomaly in the bustling port of Marseille in the early 1970s. A seasoned customs agent, reviewing routine cargo manifests, noticed that certain highly specialized, heavy-duty shipping containers, declared as empty or returning for maintenance, consistently returned to their country of origin with ever so slightly different weight measurements, or appeared to take unusually circuitous routes through various European rail hubs. How could a global shipping magnate, renowned for his meticulous efficiency and logistical genius, oversee a network of legitimate trade that simultaneously and invisibly funneled illicit goods across continents? And what subtle flaw would ultimately betray his perfectly engineered system? Monsieur Philippe Duval was the embodiment of modern European commerce. From his elegant Paris offices, he oversaw Duval Global Shipping, an enterprise celebrated for its innovation in containerization and its unparalleled efficiency in moving goods across the globe. He was a visionary, a man who saw logistical pathways where others saw only chaos. Duval was charming, impeccably dressed, and spoke with an authority born of quiet confidence. He hosted lavish industry dinners and was often quoted in financial papers on the future of global trade. No one would ever suspect that beneath this polished exterior, Duval was designing a different kind of future, one where his shipping lines were not merely conduits for legitimate commerce, but invisible arteries for a burgeoning, untraceable illicit trade. Duval's true genius lay in his understanding of the gaps in international oversight. He didn't smuggle by hiding goods in legitimate shipments. He designed a system where the containers themselves were the secret. His operation revolved around a seemingly legitimate business of transporting high-value, specialized equipment, for example, components for industrial machinery, which often required specific custom-built containers. These containers were designed with subtle, hidden compartments, accessible only through a complex internal mechanism. Once the legitimate cargo was offloaded at its destination, and before the empty container was officially inspected for its return journey, it would be briefly diverted to a discreet, often remote, warehouse that Duval's network controlled. There, the hidden compartments would be swiftly loaded with narcotics or stolen art, resealed, and the container would then re-enter the legitimate shipping flow, declared once more as empty or returning for maintenance. The entire process was designed for speed and discretion, relying on a small, loyal network of corrupt port officials and freight handlers who simply logged the container's status without question. It was a phantom limb of his legitimate business, functioning in plain sight. The first faint glimmers of suspicion arose in the sharp mind of Inspector Claire Dubois, a junior customs officer in Marseille. Claire, unlike her more jaded colleagues, possessed an almost obsessive attention to detail. She wasn't looking for major discrepancies. She was looking for the improbable. She noted that Duval's empty containers, particularly those with a specific serial number prefix, had a curious habit of making unusual stops at certain inland rail junctions, often far from direct routes, and then arriving back at port slightly later than expected, yet still within acceptable transit times. Her colleagues dismissed these as minor logistical quirks, but Claire's intuition, a quiet whisper in her mind, insisted otherwise. Why would an empty container need a detour that added hours, sometimes days, to its journey? Claire began her own quiet investigation, a painstaking process of cross-referencing internal port logs with National Rail freight manifests. She didn't have the authority to intercept shipments, but she could track the digital breadcrumbs. She noticed that the paper trail for these specific containers became curiously sparse during their inland detours. There were no official offloading times, no clear reasons for their temporary absence from the main logistics chain. It was as if, for a brief window, they simply vanished, only to reappear on the digital map ready for their return voyage. She felt like an archaeologist meticulously brushing away sand to reveal a hidden structure. Her breakthrough came not from finding illicit goods, but from finding evidence of meticulous, deliberate omissions. By analyzing the movement patterns, she identified a cluster of remote, privately owned warehouses near these unusual rail junctions, properties discreetly acquired by shell corporations linked to Duval Global Shipping years prior. These were not public storage facilities. They were quiet, isolated, and perfectly positioned for brief, clandestine operations. She also found subtle inconsistencies in the types of internal cleaning performed on these empty containers after their return. Some showed faint traces of residues inconsistent with their previous legitimate cargo, or the kind of cleaning agents typically used for empty vessels. These were microscopic clues, invisible to the casual eye, but glaring to Claire's focused gaze. Armed with a meticulously compiled report detailing these logistical anomalies, the inconsistent paper trails, and the suspicious property acquisitions, Claire approached federal investigators. The evidence was presented not as proof of drugs, but as proof of an incredibly sophisticated, systematic customs fraud and racketeering operation. They weren't looking for a single bust, but for a complete dismantling of Duval's invisible paths. The downfall of Philippe Duval was as subtle as his rise. Federal agents, acting on Claire's intelligence, launched a coordinated series of audits and property seizures, targeting the network of shell corporations and remote warehouses. They found the hidden compartments in the specialized containers, the custom-built loading equipment, and the internal accounting ledgers detailing the true, illicit cargo movements. Duval was arrested not in a dramatic chase, but quietly in his Parisian office, amidst the very logistical maps that detailed his legitimate and illicit empires. The charges were for orchestrating a massive international smuggling ring, racketeering, and customs fraud, a testament to his engineering genius twisted for criminal ends. His perfect system, built on unseen detours and meticulous omissions, was ultimately undone by the quiet determination of one woman who simply refused to ignore the improbable, revealing that even the most invisible paths leave a trace. When the news broke of Silas the Stone Malone's indictment, it wasn't the dramatic culmination of a street war or the sudden betrayal by a terrified informant. Instead, it felt like the collapse of a building that had simply decayed from within, its foundations eroded by unseen forces. How could such a formidable figure, a man who had ruled his territory with an iron grip for decades, be dismantled not by external enemies, but by the quiet, calculated moves of those closest to him? Silas Malone was a name whispered with respect and a measure of fear throughout the mid-sized American city he called his domain. For over 30 years, he had presided over a vast criminal enterprise rooted in illegal gambling, loan sharking, and various forms of protection rackets, all carefully shielded behind a facade of legitimate businesses. His moniker, the Stone, was not merely a reference to his unyielding will, but also to his meticulous nature. Every ledger entry was balanced, every cash flow accounted for, every transaction carefully orchestrated to leave minimal trace. He was a creature of habit, preferring the quiet hum of his private office, where he meticulously reviewed reports, to the flashier displays of power favored by other figures in the underworld. His reign had been remarkably stable, marked by an almost scientific approach to illicit finance. Beneath Silas, as his unwavering shadow, stood Vincent "Vinny" Rossi. Vinny had served as Silas's underboss for 20 years, a man of quiet intelligence and even quieter ambition. He was the executor of Silas's will, the one who ensured operations ran smoothly, who mediated minor disputes, and who knew the intricate financial arteries of the organization better than anyone, perhaps even better than Silas himself. Vinny was loyal, yes, but his loyalty was not blind. He observed Silas's growing rigidity, his increasing reluctance to adapt to new technologies, and a subtle complacency that began to creep into his otherwise unshakable demeanor. Silas dismissed the internet as a fad, and encrypted communications as for children. Vinny, however, saw the evolving landscape, the new opportunities, and the new vulnerabilities that came with them. The quiet clash between the old ways and the new began to ferment. Vinny noticed that Silas, in his meticulousness, had developed a predictable pattern, almost a financial signature, in his money laundering operations. He funneled profits through a specific chain of offshore accounts and shell companies, always adhering to a set schedule. It was a system that had worked flawlessly for decades, but in the digital age, predictability could be a fatal flaw. Vinny began to subtly, almost imperceptibly, loosen the screws on minor aspects of these operations. A small, seemingly insignificant delay in a transfer here, an unusual but explicable misfiling of a non-critical document there. Nothing that would immediately raise an alarm, but just enough to create tiny, almost imperceptible ripples in the vast, still pool of Silas's financial empire. Vinny wasn't planning an overt betrayal, no direct tip-offs or dramatic turncoat revelations. His strategy was far more nuanced, built on the principle that if you show a man a faulty path, he will eventually trip. He began to subtly plant seeds of dissent and concern among the younger, more technologically adept members of the family, not against Silas's authority, but against his outdated methods. He would express feigned concern about certain risks Silas was taking, risks Silas himself was too confident to acknowledge. The stone is unyielding, Vinny might muse to a trusted captain. But even stone can crack under sustained pressure, especially from new tools. This fostered a quiet shift in allegiance, not through force, but through a growing belief that Vinny possessed the foresight needed for the family's future. The moment the unraveling truly began wasn't a single dramatic event, but the meticulous work of a newly formed federal task force focused on organized crime's financial infrastructure. They had received an anonymous, untraceable tip, a carefully crafted packet of publicly available corporate filings and obscure land deeds that pointed to a series of seemingly unrelated businesses exhibiting curious financial anomalies. It wasn't enough for an arrest, but it was enough to spark an in-depth financial investigation. This packet, seemingly a random collection of public records, was actually a mosaic of clues that Vinny had painstakingly assembled and anonymously dispatched, highlighting the very financial signatures Silas had meticulously created over the years. Federal agents, led by the astute agent Sarah Jenkins, began to trace the subtle connections that Vinny had allowed to become visible. They followed the money trails, not through direct informants, but through forensic accounting, cross-referencing public records with bank statements and international wire transfers. They observed the predictable flow of funds through Silas's offshore network, noting the specific timing, the amounts, the repeating patterns, the very signature Vinny knew was his boss's undoing. Silas, confident in his decades-long invincibility, grew increasingly agitated but remained oblivious to the subtle manipulation from within. He blamed external pressures, bad luck, anything but the meticulous cracks forming in his own system. The end came swiftly and quietly. Federal agents arrived at Silas Malone's stately suburban home just as he was enjoying his morning coffee, a ritual he never missed. They presented him not with warrants for violence or intimidation, but with a thick binder filled with irrefutable financial evidence. Charts, graphs, and meticulously traced transfers detailing decades of money laundering, racketeering, and fraud. The evidence was overwhelming, drawn directly from the system Silas himself had perfected. He had built an unshakable fortress, but Vinny had found the single, almost invisible seam in the mortar and patiently, strategically, widened it until the entire structure began to list. Vinny Rossi, meanwhile, stepped seamlessly into the vacuum left by Silas's arrest. He reorganized the family's operations, adapting them to the digital age, making them more resilient, less predictable. He spoke of new beginnings and careful modernization. The family, still reeling but looking for stability, embraced his leadership. The question of how Silas the Stone Malone fell was answered not in a hail of gunfire or a dramatic defection, but in the quiet, patient manipulation of financial vulnerabilities and the subtle erosion of trust, proving that sometimes the most effective act of power is not a direct blow, but a meticulously planned, silent, internal unraveling. It started with a whisper, an almost imperceptible flutter in the odds before a seemingly unremarkable college basketball game in the mid-1990s. For years, the local bookmakers in Boston had noticed a peculiar pattern. Certain underdog teams, particularly those with a history of unpredictable performance, would occasionally win against overwhelming favorites. Yet the betting patterns before these specific upsets showed unusually heavy, late-minute action favoring the long shots, raising the quiet question: how could such improbable outcomes be so consistently predicted, and by whom? At the heart of this curious anomaly was Silas Croft. To the casual observer, Silas was a beloved figure in Boston's vibrant sports scene, the genial owner of the Fans Dugout, a popular chain of sports bars known for their lively atmosphere, excellent food, and a remarkable ability to predict game outcomes, a reputation Silas cultivated with a knowing wink and a shrug. He was a pillar of local charities, a familiar face at every high school sporting event, and a generous sponsor of youth leagues. He seemed to live and breathe Boston sports. No one suspected that his profound knowledge of the game wasn't just passion. It was a carefully constructed mechanism for control. How could such a seemingly harmless, even benevolent, figure secretly orchestrate the manipulation of the very games his community adored? And what subtle flaw in his perfect system would eventually expose the deception? Silas Croft's true genius lay in his understanding of human weakness and the quiet desperation that often shadowed athletic ambition. He didn't threaten or intimidate in the crude ways of old-school gangsters. Instead, he cultivated relationships, subtly identifying vulnerabilities. A star player with a gambling debt, a coach struggling with medical bills for a family member, a referee with a quiet reputation for enjoying expensive luxuries beyond his means. His favors were always perfectly timed and seemingly innocuous. A generous scholarship for a player's struggling sibling, a sponsorship for a coach's youth clinic, or an investment opportunity that offered a hefty return. In return, he only asked for a consideration, a minor adjustment in a game's outcome, a missed free throw at a critical moment, a perfectly timed turnover, a questionable foul call. The money flowed through his seemingly legitimate sports bars. The Fans Dugout chain, with its bustling kitchens and overflowing beer taps, generated immense revenue. But a significant portion of its reported income came from phantom sales. Ghost tables booked for non-existent events, merchandise that never moved from the shelves, and private party receipts that dwarfed the actual capacity of the venues. This inflated income provided a perfect cover for the millions funneled in from illegal sports betting. The profits were then laundered through a network of shell companies disguised as sports marketing agencies or event management firms. which then invested in new dugout locations or sponsored local teams, creating a continuous, self-sustaining loop of illicit wealth appearing as legitimate growth. The first faint glimmers of the truth surfaced on the analytical desk of Dr. Evelyn Reed, a sports statistician at a local university. Evelyn wasn't interested in crime. She was fascinated by anomalies. She had developed complex predictive models for athletic performance, and the consistent deviations in certain college basketball games caught her attention. It wasn't just the winning streaks of underdogs. It was the manner of the wins. Key moments, the last 2 minutes, specific free throw percentages, seemed to defy the statistical probabilities her models predicted, consistently shifting outcomes in a way that financially benefited a very specific kind of late-game wager. It was too precise to be random, too frequent to be coincidence. Evelyn, driven by intellectual curiosity, began to track every detail of these anomalous games. She analyzed player performance down to individual possessions, scrutinized referee calls, and even studied crowd noise patterns. She identified a handful of players and referees who consistently, subtly, and without apparent reason, made decisions that swung the game in a particular direction. She then cross-referenced these individuals with publicly available data and found a common thread. Many had received quiet donations to their personal foundations or scholarships for family members from the Friends of Boston Youth Sports Charity, a major philanthropic arm of Silas Croft's sports bar empire. Evelyn compiled her findings into a meticulous, data-driven report, a statistical indictment of a pattern that defied natural sporting probability. She brought it to FBI agent Ben Carter, who initially was skeptical. "Statistical anomalies don't prove a crime, Dr. Reed," he'd said. But Evelyn patiently explained the depth of the pattern, the impossibility of random chance explaining such consistent outcomes. Her breakthrough came when a disillusioned former bartender from the fans' dugout, weary of the constant demand to pad the books with fake sales, came forward. He provided internal accounting ledgers and explained the elaborate system of phantom revenue that made the illegal betting profits disappear into legitimate-looking income. He also provided names of players and referees who frequented the back rooms of the bars, where quiet envelopes often changed hands. With Evelyn's statistical proof and the insider's testimony, Agent Carter built a formidable case focused on sports bribery, illegal gambling, and extensive money laundering. The evidence wasn't about violence. It was about the cold, hard numbers that revealed a perfectly engineered financial shell game, and the quiet coercion that turned athletes and officials into unwitting pawns. Silas Croft was arrested not in a dramatic chase, but quietly, at the grand opening of his newest fans' dugout location, amidst cheering crowds and flashing cameras. There was no struggle, just a quiet, almost resigned look as federal agents, dressed in plain suits, approached him. The charges were for orchestrating a massive illegal gambling ring, widespread sports bribery, and sophisticated money laundering. His empire, built on the love of the game and the quiet manipulation of its outcomes, crumbled under the weight of meticulously compiled data and the quiet betrayal of his own financial records. The city was left to grapple with the unsettling realization that their beloved king of sports had been playing an entirely different, far more cynical game all along. For 30 years, Arthur Art Blackwood was known as a pillar of New York society, a quiet philanthropist who chaired hospital boards and funded scholarships. But behind the polished mahogany and the philanthropic galas, Arthur was meticulously orchestrating a financial web so vast, it funded a criminal enterprise spanning continents. How did such a seemingly innocuous figure become the shadow financier for one of America's most brutal syndicates? And what hidden flaw in his impenetrable system would eventually expose his double life? Arthur, a man of precise habits and understated suits, cultivated an image of unimpeachable integrity. He started his career as a brilliant accountant, fresh out of Wharton, with a preternatural ability to see patterns in numbers that others missed. It was this very talent that first caught the eye of the notorious Moretti family, not for tax evasion, but for something far grander, the systematic laundering of vast sums of illicit cash. His role began subtly, advising on investments that were always surprisingly lucrative, yet never seemed to attract unwanted attention from the authorities. Over time, his influence grew, transforming him from a consultant into the indispensable silent engine of the family's economic power. He built a labyrinth of shell corporations, offshore accounts, and legitimate-seeming businesses, from laundromats to luxury hotels, all interconnected by an invisible thread of illicit funds. You might wonder how a man like Arthur, with his quiet demeanor and aversion to direct confrontation, thrived in such a cutthroat world. His power lay not in force, but in intellect. He understood the flow of money better than anyone, recognizing that true power wasn't in who held the biggest gun, but in who controlled the deepest pockets. He minimized risk by diversifying the family's illicit earnings, pouring them into legitimate ventures, turning dirty money into clean profit with an almost alchemical touch. His strategies were sophisticated, often years ahead of law enforcement's understanding of financial crime. He created a system so self-sustaining that even when the Moretti family faced internal strife or external pressure, their financial infrastructure remained unshakable. He operated from a quiet, opulent office overlooking Central Park, far removed from the grimy realities of street-level crime, his days filled with spreadsheets, legal documents, and the occasional hushed phone call. The Moretti family, under the iron fist of Don Vincent Moretti, expanded their reach exponentially, all thanks to Arthur's financial genius. They moved into construction, waste management, and even legitimate real estate development, using Arthur's complex financial models to obscure the origins of their wealth. Vincent Moretti, a man of few words but profound intuition, recognized Arthur as his most valuable asset, a silent partner whose brilliance was worth more than a dozen enforcers. Arthur, in turn, found a strange kind of purpose in his work, a challenge for his formidable mind. He saw himself as an architect, building an empire, albeit one founded on shadows. He had rules, though unspoken ones. No direct involvement in violence, no personal enrichment beyond a comfortable but not extravagant lifestyle, and absolute discretion. For decades, Arthur's system was flawless. The authorities investigated the Moretti family repeatedly, but their finances remained an impenetrable fortress. Case after case collapsed for lack of evidence linking the family's vast wealth to their criminal enterprises. Then came Agent Eleanor Vance, a quiet, tenacious financial crimes investigator for the FBI, who started not with the Moretti family, but with a seemingly insignificant anomaly. A small, struggling chain of dry cleaners in Queens that somehow consistently posted profits far exceeding industry standards, yet never seemed to expand. It was Arthur's first and only misstep, born not of arrogance, but a subtle oversight. He had used the dry cleaners for smaller, more routine laundering operations for years, a relic from an earlier, simpler time, and he had simply stopped paying as close attention to its specific metrics. Eleanor, armed with a background in forensic accounting, saw the pattern. The dry cleaners' books, meticulously kept but slightly too perfect, didn't match the operational realities she observed. This minor discrepancy, a thread barely visible, led her to a series of interconnected shell corporations, then to larger businesses, and eventually to a charity foundation where Arthur Blackwood was a prominent board member. It wasn't a smoking gun, but a quiet whisper of improbability. Eleanor didn't raid offices. She followed the money, transaction by transaction, over years, painstakingly piecing together the intricate tapestry Arthur had woven. She realized she wasn't looking for a criminal, but an accountant, a master financial weaver. The unraveling wasn't a dramatic confrontation, but a slow, methodical constriction. Eleanor compiled a dossier, thicker than a phone book, detailing the flow of billions, all meticulously disguised. She presented it to a stunned grand jury, demonstrating how Arthur Blackwood, the esteemed philanthropist, had been the silent architect of the Moretti family's financial might. When the federal agents finally arrived at Arthur's opulent office, he wasn't surprised. He merely looked up from his ledger, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaping him. The system he had built, designed to be unbreakable, had succumbed not to force or betrayal, but to the quiet, persistent scrutiny of one keen eye, proving that even the most complex structures can fall with the pull of a single loose thread. In the hushed, smoke-filled backrooms of Brooklyn, Don Salvatore Rossi, a man whose word was law and whose gaze could chill a room, made a choice that stunned his closest confidants. He favored his adopted son, Marco Bianchi, over his biological heir, Vito Rossi. How could a bond of blood be so easily dismissed? And what silent forces would this decision unleash within the very heart of the Rossi family? Marco Bianchi had been brought into the Rossi household as a young boy, an orphan from Sicily whose sharp intellect and quiet demeanor quickly set him apart. Don Salvatore, recognizing a strategic mind rather than just a loyal heart, had taken Marco under his wing, grooming him not for the street, but for the ledger. As the decades turned, Marco became the Don's indispensable consigliere and chief financial architect, a man who could turn illicit profits into legitimate investments with an almost invisible hand. He modernized the family's operations, moving beyond traditional rackets into complex international trade schemes, using legitimate import-export businesses as sophisticated conduits for money laundering and contraband. He spoke softly, calculated meticulously, and preferred a quiet negotiation to any show of force. His rise was a testament to pure competence, earning him a respect that Vito, the Don's fiery and impulsive biological son, felt was his birthright. Vito Rossi grew up in the shadow of Marco's rising star, his resentment simmering beneath a veneer of familial loyalty. He embodied the older traditions, valuing brute loyalty and quick action, often scoffing at Marco's intricate financial plans. Vito believed that the family's power lay in its name, its legacy, and its unquestioned authority, not in the quiet manipulation of numbers. He saw Marco's cerebral approach as a weakness, a deviation from the established order. This unacknowledged rivalry ate at Vito, turning his ambition into a corrosive envy. He yearned for his father's full trust, a trust that seemed increasingly reserved for the adopted son who treated spreadsheets like sacred texts. He began to make subtle moves, planting whispers of Marco's alleged lack of respect for tradition, or his supposed over-reliance on outsiders in the family's legitimate fronts. As the 1990s dawned, law enforcement agencies intensified their focus on organized crime. The old ways were becoming increasingly risky, validating Marco's foresight. Don Salvatore, though aging and increasingly frail, recognized the shift, and this only solidified his dependence on Marco's strategic acumen. The Don's declining health, however, fueled Vito's desperation. He knew his time was running out, that he had to prove his worth, even if it meant undermining the very foundations Marco had built. The turning point came with a highly lucrative, yet incredibly complex European art import deal, a high-stakes money laundering operation disguised as a legitimate acquisition. Vito, seeing an opportunity to expose Marco's supposed vulnerabilities, subtly interfered, feeding misinformation to a key contact in Italy and deliberately delaying crucial paperwork that Marco had meticulously planned. He intended for the deal to falter just enough to make Marco look incompetent, to shift the Don's favor back to him. What Vito failed to account for was the cascading effect of his amateurish sabotage. The delays and miscommunications he orchestrated didn't just cause financial headaches. They raised red flags across multiple international borders. The faltering deal quickly spiraled out of control. European customs officials, alerted by the unusual discrepancies, began a quiet investigation. Their inquiries led them to the New York-based legitimate businesses Marco had set up as fronts. The FBI, already tracking the Rossi family through other avenues, noticed the increased scrutiny on these businesses and began to connect the dots. Vito's reckless ambition had created an opening, a vulnerability that Marco, despite his brilliance, could not completely seal. A mid-level associate, whom Vito had pressured into carrying out some of his small deceptive tasks, was picked up by federal agents and, under duress, began to reveal the subtle machinations that had undermined the art deal. He didn't know the full extent of Vito's intent, but his testimony painted a clear picture of deliberate interference. The federal net tightened. Don Salvatore, now confined to his home, sensed the internal rot. He saw the cracks appearing in Marco's once unassailable financial empire, not knowing they had been carved from within by his own son. The family's operations, once seamless, began to unravel under the relentless pressure of investigations and arrests. Vito, caught in the chaos he had inadvertently unleashed, made increasingly desperate and overt moves to seize power, further exposing the family to external scrutiny. The art deal became the linchpin, its irregularities proving beyond doubt the illicit nature of the Rossi's global network. The final collapse was swift and decisive. Federal indictments, built on years of patient investigation and triggered by Vito's short-sighted actions, brought down key figures throughout the organization. Don Salvatore passed away before he could witness the full extent of the devastation. His empire fractured beyond repair. Marco Bianchi, the silent architect, and Vito Rossi, the heir who waited too long, were both ultimately caught in the wreckage, their fates sealed not by external rivals, but by the quiet, corrosive poison of envy that shattered a family from within. A single, seemingly insignificant delivery of high quality, organic produce to a notoriously unpretentious restaurant was the unexpected crack in the perfectly cultivated facade of the city's most elusive blackmailer. For years, Mayor Thompson's carefully constructed image of incorruptibility, Senator Davis's unblemished public record, and even the discreet personal lives of prominent judges remained perfectly intact, despite swirling, unsubstantiated rumors of hidden indiscretions. How could an individual, operating without overt threats or violence, maintain such absolute power over the city's elite, leveraging their deepest secrets for unparalleled influence, and ultimately be brought down by a detail as mundane as a vegetable delivery? The individual pulling these silent strings was known only as the gardener. Unlike traditional blackmailers who relied on dramatic revelations or public shaming, the gardener operated with a chilling subtlety. He never demanded money outright, nor did he issue explicit threats. Instead, his influence manifested through carefully placed suggestions, unexpected policy shifts, and the quiet, almost imperceptible redirection of lucrative contracts. His power lay not in exposure, but in the constant, gnawing fear of it. The secrets he possessed were so devastating, so personal, that the city's most powerful figures would move mountains to keep them buried. The gardener was believed to be Elias Thorne, no relation to Elias Thorne of Thorne Maritime, a seemingly innocuous retired archivist who lived a quiet life in a modest suburban home, cultivating prize-winning roses. His cover was impeccable, his demeanor gentle, almost frail. But beneath this placid exterior was a mind of extraordinary patience and a meticulous talent for information gathering. He didn't hack computers or break into safes. Instead, he specialized in the overlooked, discarded documents, unguarded conversations, subtle patterns in public records, and the careless confidences whispered in supposedly private settings. He was a master of observation, connecting disparate pieces of information to form a mosaic of vulnerability. His preferred method of delivery for his subtle coercions was equally understated. A carefully crafted anonymous letter containing a single, chillingly precise detail. A whispered phrase to an intermediary that only the target would fully understand. A sudden, unexpected gift that subtly alluded to a hidden truth. The targets would understand immediately, and the message was clear: I know, and you will comply. The fear was not of being exposed, but of the slow, agonizing process of their carefully constructed lives unraveling piece by piece. The scale of the gardener's influence was astonishing. He had quietly steered zoning approvals, influenced judicial appointments, swayed election outcomes, and facilitated countless lucrative deals for his anonymous benefactors, often powerful, equally shadowy figures who benefited from the political landscape he so meticulously shaped. His motivations remained a mystery. Some speculated he was a disgruntled former civil servant. Others believed he was a true idealist, attempting to shape the city to his own unstated vision, or perhaps just a man who relished the quiet power of knowing. The first thread of unraveling came not from a target, but from an almost accidental observation by a sharp, independent investigative journalist named Maya Sharma. Maya was working on a story about sustainable urban farming initiatives and had become fascinated by a particular small-scale organic farm known for its rare and perfect produce. She noticed that despite its niche market, this farm had an unusually consistent and high-volume delivery schedule to a select few establishments, one of which was the Gilded Spoon, a notoriously private and expensive restaurant known for its discreet clientele, including many of the city's elite. What struck Maya was the sheer volume of high-end organic vegetables going to a restaurant that served exclusively meat and seafood dishes. It seemed odd. Maya, driven by a quiet, almost insatiable curiosity, began to look closer. She observed the delivery schedule, the unassuming delivery driver, and the surprisingly small, discreet side entrance used for these particular deliveries. She discovered that the driver was Elias Thorne, the gardener. It was an unusual second job for a retired archivist, especially given the distance and the minimal pay. She also noted that on days of these specific deliveries, a number of the city's most powerful figures, Mayor Thompson, Senator Davis, and others would mysteriously find themselves in the vicinity of the Gilded Spoon, often for entirely unrelated, legitimate meetings. Maya, with no immediate evidence of crime, began to build a meticulous timeline, cross-referencing Elias Thorne's delivery schedule with significant political decisions, controversial votes, and the sudden, unexplained reversals of public figures. She found no direct communication, no explicit links, only a chilling correlation. The organic produced deliveries were the gardener's subtle, untraceable way of making contact. A silent signal, perhaps even carrying a concealed, micro-written message or a specific, prearranged code. The vegetable itself was the innocuous cover for the act of delivering a demand, a quiet reminder of what the gardener knew. The evidence against Elias Thorne was not found in a secret vault or a hidden computer. It was found in the patterns of his life, the timing of his deliveries, and the subtle, unspoken reactions of his targets. Maya presented her findings not to the police, but to a few trusted, equally independent journalists. The subsequent investigative report, published not as a sensational exposé but as a meticulous, almost academic analysis of unexplained political correlations, became the unmaking of The Gardener. Elias Thorne was arrested not for blackmail, which was almost impossible to prove, but for a series of minor, obscure tax evasions related to his farm and his delivery service. He offered no resistance, no comment, only a quiet, almost resigned smile. The power he wielded was too subtle, too ethereal to prosecute directly. But the publication of the correlations was enough. The city's elite, their secrets subtly hinted at, their vulnerabilities now public knowledge, crumbled. The silence that followed was not one of fear, but of exposure, as the seemingly innocuous organic produce had finally, irrevocably, brought down the quiet reign of the gardener. A whisper among the small business owners, a chilling regularity with which independent waste disposal companies, once thriving, quietly folded their operations after politely declining a generous partnership offer from the city's largest hauler. How could a seemingly essential, competitive industry be so utterly controlled by a single, unseen hand? And what quiet, persistent pressure could dismantle honest businesses overnight without a single visible threat? In the burgeoning city of Boston during the late 1980s, Tony the Trucker Moretti was an undisputed titan of industry. From his humble beginnings with a single refuse truck, he had built Moretti Waste Solutions into a sprawling conglomerate, responsible for collecting everything from residential garbage to hazardous industrial waste. To the public, Tony was a self-made man, a quintessential American success story who had not only cleaned up the city, but also contributed generously to local charities and sponsored youth sports leagues. His company was known for its efficiency, its vast fleet of gleaming green trucks, and its remarkable ability to handle even the most challenging waste problems. No one openly spoke of a darker side. Instead, whispers merely noted how all other waste companies seemed to mysteriously falter when they competed too closely with Moretti. Tony's true power lay not in overt violence, but in his absolute command over the infrastructure of waste. He didn't need to send enforcers. His method was far more subtle, more insidious. His influence extended deep into city planning offices, environmental agencies, and the powerful local unions. If a small, independent hauler refused his offer to buy them out or partner, they might suddenly find their trucks failing inspection, their essential landfill access mysteriously revoked for environmental noncompliance, or their drivers facing inexplicable, prolonged union strikes. Meanwhile, Moretti Waste Solutions would sweep in, offering their services at an impossibly low rate, quietly absorbing the struggling competitors' clients. It was economic strangulation, slow and deliberate, designed to leave no trace of a crime, only the natural failure of an independent business. The financial currents flowing through Moretti Waste Solutions were as opaque as the contents of their trucks. City contracts for waste management were consistently awarded to Moretti at inflated prices, disguised by complex clauses for specialized handling or environmental remediation services that were rarely, if ever, performed. These inflated sums, along with kickbacks from suppliers who mysteriously won exclusive contracts, were funneled into a network of seemingly legitimate side ventures. Obscure recycling plants that processed little actual waste, trucking companies that owned no trucks, and environmental consulting firms staffed by no one. These entities existed solely to launder the illicit profits, making millions of dollars appear as ordinary business expenses or legitimate investment returns. How does one even begin to track the flow of money when the very service it funds is designed to disappear? The first faint glimmers of irregularity surfaced on the desk of Susan Keller, a sharp, quietly tenacious auditor with the State Environmental Protection Agency. Susan wasn't looking for racketeering. She was investigating unusual spikes in landfill usage fees and discrepancies in recycling tonnage reports. She noticed that the landfill controlled by Moretti Waste Solutions reported consistently higher processing costs than any other in the state, despite handling a similar volume of waste. Moreover, smaller, independent haulers who tried to use that landfill frequently reported inexplicable delays or outright denials of access, forcing them to drive hundreds of miles to other, more expensive sites. It was too consistent to be random, too costly to be ignored. Susan's investigation began as a routine regulatory audit, but it quickly became a meticulous forensic deep dive. She started by cross-referencing landfill gate logs with company hauling manifests and city payment records. She found evidence of phantom loads, tonnages claimed by Moretti that never actually passed through the landfill gates, and inflated charges for hazardous waste that, according to the city's own records, was never generated. She also noticed how often other small hauling companies simply vanished from the market, leaving their clients suddenly reliant on Moretti. She quietly began reaching out to these former business owners, who, initially hesitant, slowly revealed stories of mysterious breakdowns, denied permits, and clients suddenly stolen away by Moretti's impossibly low bids. They spoke of a quiet fear, a pervasive understanding that to challenge Moretti was to commit economic suicide. The critical breakthrough came from a disgruntled former dispatcher for Moretti Waste Solutions, a man named Eddie, who had grown weary of the constant manipulation and the quiet destruction of honest livelihoods. Eddie provided Susan with more than just stories. He brought her meticulously kept, coded logbooks. These ledgers detailed the true illicit routes taken by certain trucks, the ghost loads, the kickbacks from suppliers disguised as fuel surcharges, and most crucially, the precise dates and times when problems would occur for a competitor. He revealed how permits were subtly held up at City Hall, how anonymous complaints were filed against rival companies, and how internal union disputes were quietly instigated, all at Moretti's command. Armed with Eddie's courageous testimony and her own damning financial analysis, Susan presented her findings to federal investigators. The case wasn't built on violence, but on overwhelming evidence of systemic racketeering, financial fraud, and conspiracy to monopolize the waste industry through subtle coercion and economic strangulation. Warrants were issued, not for a violent raid, but for the quiet seizure of Moretti Waste Solutions' financial records, the private ledgers, and the records of the shell corporations. Tony Moretti was arrested not in a dramatic chase, but quietly, at a formal city council meeting where he was being honored for his philanthropic contributions to a new urban park. As federal agents in plain suits approached, he offered no resistance, only a chillingly composed nod, understanding that the meticulous paper trail of his silent empire had finally betrayed him. The charges were for orchestrating a massive racketeering enterprise, widespread money laundering, and conspiracy to defraud the city. His empire, built on the invisible flows of waste and the quiet coercion of those who dared to compete, crumbled under the weight of detailed financial forensics and the quiet courage of those who finally spoke out, revealing that even the most deeply buried secrets eventually come to light. T began with a seemingly mundane audit, a routine check of a small, family-owned tailor shop in New York's bustling garment district in the late 1960s. The figures, however, were anything but routine, month after month. This modest establishment reported profits that dwarfed those of much larger manufacturing plants, a financial anomaly that begged a single, quiet question. How exactly was a shop known for bespoke suits managing to generate such an astronomical, impossible fortune? This impossible fortune flowed, indirectly, to a man named Arthur Artie Brennan. To the casual observer, Artie was a pillar of the community, a dapper man in his late 50s with a penchant for charity galas and a booming, legitimate textile import business. He was known for his calm demeanor, his disarming smile, and a remarkable ability to resolve disputes with a mere suggestion. No one openly called him a gangster. Instead, whispers spoke of him as the Baron, a man whose influence stretched far beyond the confines of his plush office. How could such a seemingly benevolent figure wield so much unseen power, and what was the true source of his quiet empire? Artie Brennan's true genius lay in his understanding of finance and human psychology. He didn't need to brandish weapons or issue overt threats. His power operated through a network of meticulously placed individuals within various unions, construction companies, and, most notably, the labyrinthine world of the city's garment industry. His primary method was subtle coercion, a delicate dance of offering protection or investment opportunities that no one in their right mind would refuse. A struggling business might suddenly find an unexpected, lucrative contract come its way, courtesy of Artie's connections, only to discover later that a percentage of its earnings, often disguised as consulting fees or material costs, would quietly disappear into a series of shell corporations. These funds were then laundered through the very tailor shops and dry cleaners that dotted the city, their inflated earnings creating a legitimate-looking revenue stream for the illicit cash. The tailor shop audit was merely the first faint tremor in this intricately constructed financial edifice. Agent Eleanor Vance, a quiet but sharp woman from the IRS's Organized Crime Division, found herself drawn into this financial anomaly. Her initial investigation into the tailor shop quickly expanded, revealing a web of interconnected businesses, all seemingly overperforming. She spent months poring over ledgers, tax returns, and corporate filings, tracing the flow of money like a meticulous cartographer mapping an uncharted territory. It wasn't about violence. It was about numbers that didn't add up, about legitimate businesses whose expenses were too low, or whose revenues were simply too high for their apparent operations. You might wonder, how does one even begin to untangle such a vast, silent conspiracy built on seemingly legal transactions? Artie's influence was pervasive. When a construction firm needed a permit fast, Artie knew the right people. When a union dispute threatened a major project, Artie's quiet word could settle it. He ensured a smooth flow of goods, labor, and, most importantly, illicit money. Businesses under his protection thrived, creating an illusion of prosperity that masked the slow bleed of their profits. Those who hesitated to join his network rarely faced overt threats. Instead, they might find their supply lines mysteriously interrupted, their permit applications endlessly delayed, or their labor force suddenly prone to unexpected strikes. It was an economic stranglehold, unseen but profoundly effective, reminding everyone that Artie Brennan had an uncanny way of making things either very easy or very difficult. The turning point came not from a violent raid, but from a seemingly minor defection. A mid-level accountant, weary of the constant anxiety and the quiet moral decay, approached Agent Vance. He didn't have explosive revelations, but he provided the key: a cryptic, coded ledger that detailed the true flow of funds through Artie's web of shell corporations and legitimate fronts. He explained the system of ghost invoices and phantom inventory that made the tailor shop's profits appear real. It was a painstaking process to decode and verify, each entry a tiny piece of the sprawling financial puzzle. The evidence wasn't about a smoking gun, but about irrefutable patterns of financial fraud. With the coded ledger as their Rosetta Stone, Vance and her team meticulously built a case focusing on racketeering through financial exploitation and extensive money laundering. They moved quietly, avoiding the dramatic arrests often associated with organized crime. One crisp autumn morning, as Artie Brennan concluded a meeting with a city councilman, discussing a new philanthropic initiative, federal agents, dressed in plain suits, simply approached him. There was no struggle, no shouting. Artie, ever composed, merely nodded, understanding that the numbers, which had been his shield and sword, had finally betrayed him. The quiet baron, whose empire was built not on blood, but on the silent movement of money, was finally brought to account, leaving behind a city to wonder just how deep the hidden currents of influence truly ran. For decades, old Antonio Manzoni Manzini's counsel was the silent bedrock of the Moretti family, his words carrying more weight than any enforcer's threat. But what happens when the very wisdom that built an empire begins to be perceived as an anchor, dragging down those who seek to modernize? Could the quiet traditions of the past be the very thing that led to an unforeseen downfall? Antonio Manzini was not a man of grand pronouncements or flashy displays. His power emanated from an almost preternatural understanding of human nature, a deep respect for established hierarchies, and an uncanny ability to navigate treacherous waters with minimal collateral damage. He was the consigliere, the trusted advisor, the voice of reason that had guided the Moretti crime family through shifting landscapes of loyalty and betrayal in New York City since the 1960s. His office, a modest room above a legitimate-looking import-export business in Little Italy, smelled of stale cigar smoke and old leather. Here, disputes were mediated, alliances forged, and strategies for quiet influence laid out, always favoring discretion over confrontation. Manzini believed that true power lay not in overt control, but in the subtle art of making oneself indispensable, of pulling strings unseen. His approach had served the Moretti family well. Under the elder Salvatore Moretti, Antonio had helped build a network of influence that touched legitimate unions, construction firms, and even parts of the city's political machinery. Their operations, though certainly illicit, were conducted with a certain old-world decorum. Racketeering was quiet, blackmail was subtle, and money laundering was an art form involving legitimate businesses that seemed to thrive despite economic downturns. It was a golden age for the family, one built on caution, long-term vision, and Manzini's almost paternal guidance. Then, the elder Moretti passed, and the mantle fell to his son, Salvatore Jr., known simply as Sal. Sal was a product of a different era, brash, impatient, and captivated by the burgeoning digital age. He saw his father's methods, and by extension, Manzini's wisdom, as slow, inefficient, and frankly old-fashioned. Sal wanted to expand rapidly, to leverage technology, and to move beyond the traditional street rackets into more sophisticated, high-yield financial crimes. He spoke of offshore accounts that could be managed from a laptop, of complex insurance frauds, and of manipulating stock prices through intricate shell companies. The quiet clash began almost imperceptibly. Manzini would offer his measured advice, often beginning with, "In my experience, Salvatore," or "The old ways teach us caution in these matters." Sal, though outwardly respectful, would often nod, smile, and then proceed to do precisely what Manzini had advised against. He began holding meetings that Manzini wasn't invited to, bringing in young, sharp financial minds from outside the traditional family structure. Strangers who spoke in code about algorithms and data packets, concepts foreign to Manzini's world of handshakes and whispered agreements. The familiar hum of loyalty and trust in the room began to feel thin, replaced by a colder, more clinical efficiency. Manzini found himself increasingly isolated. His counsel, once sought after, was now tolerated, a nostalgic nod to a bygone era. He witnessed Sal's ambitious, technologically driven schemes unfold, a growing unease settling in his gut. The younger boss was expanding too fast, trusting too many anonymous digital pathways, and neglecting the crucial human element that Manzini knew was the true bedrock of any successful enterprise, legitimate or otherwise. "You cannot digitize loyalty, Salvatore." Manzini had once mused to Sal over a quiet espresso. "Nor can a firewall prevent a man's greed from leading him astray." Sal had merely chuckled, dismissing it as old-world sentimentality. The tipping point came with Operation Citadel, Sal's most ambitious venture yet. A vast insurance fraud scheme designed to exploit loopholes in the emerging electronic claims systems. Millions were to be siphoned off, funneled through layers of digital front companies. Manzini warned against the sheer scale, the intricate web of digital footprints, and the reliance on external tech experts who had no familial ties. He spoke of the inherent risks of a system too complex for even its creators to fully comprehend, let alone control. But Sal, brimming with confidence, pushed forward. The unraveling, when it came, was not heralded by a sudden explosion of violence or a dramatic informant flip. It began with a seemingly minor error, a single miscoded transaction in a remote server farm, an anomaly in an otherwise flawless digital tapestry. A junior analyst at the FBI's nascent cybercrime division, following a thread from an unrelated investigation, noticed the peculiar signature of this particular transaction. It was a digital breadcrumb, leading them into the labyrinth of shell corporations that Sal and his new associates had so carefully constructed. The federal investigation was slow, methodical, and almost entirely paperless. They didn't need wiretaps or turncoat gangsters. They followed the digital money. They traced the flow of capital through IP addresses, server logs, and encrypted communications, building a picture of Sal's unseen financial architecture. The very sophistication Sal had boasted about became his undoing. The traditional caution and the intricate human network that Manzini had painstakingly cultivated over decades were absent, replaced by a brittle, digital facade. When the indictments came down, it was a quiet Tuesday morning. Sal Moretti Jr. was arrested not in a dramatic raid, but while attending a seemingly legitimate corporate merger meeting. The charges were primarily financial, meticulously detailed, and almost impossible to dispute given the digital evidence. Manzini, untouched directly by the charges due to his deliberate exclusion from Sal's modern schemes, watched the news unfold from his quiet office. He saw the swift, efficient dismantling of an empire he had once helped build, an empire that had been taken down not by rival gangs or the force of will, but by the silent, relentless logic of data and algorithms, a world he had warned against, a world where wisdom like his was no longer relevant. His unseen cage was the realization that his era, and the principles he held dear, had quietly faded into irrelevance, leaving him to witness the inevitable downfall from the sidelines. A vibrant Italian-American neighborhood in 1950s Chicago, the Mutual Aid Society was more than just a place to deposit savings. It was the community's beating economic heart, founded and overseen by Salvatore Sal Rossi, a man whose gentle smile and silver hair belied his shrewd mind. It offered loans for homes, businesses, and even medical emergencies when traditional banks turned a cold shoulder. Yet, how could such a vital, seemingly benevolent institution secretly entangle an entire generation in an invisible web of quiet debt and unshakable obligation? And what hidden leverage allowed its founder to exert such silent, unwavering control over their lives? Sal Rossi was not a man of grand gestures or overt displays of power. His strength lay in his accessibility, his empathy, and his deep understanding of his community's needs and aspirations. He was the first to offer help when a family faced eviction, the quiet financier behind countless small businesses that became the neighborhood's backbone. When a young couple needed a loan for a wedding, or a struggling baker needed capital for a new oven, Sal was there. He never charged exorbitant interest rates, nor did he demand collateral in the usual sense. Instead, loans came with an unspoken understanding: favors would be owed. These favors were not always financial. They might involve a business directing its patronage to another, an unexpected endorsement for a local politician Sal supported, or even a quiet agreement to use certain suppliers. To the community, Sal was a savior. To Sal, these debts of gratitude were the invisible currency of his true empire. Over the decades, the Mutual Aid Society became an intricate financial ecosystem. The seemingly legitimate businesses that flourished under Sal's patronage, the construction companies that always seemed to win local bids, the import-export firms with mysteriously fluid inventories, the restaurants that always seemed to be flush with cash, were, in truth, the conduits for Sal's less visible ventures. The society itself acted as a de facto bank, handling massive cash deposits from these businesses and disbursing funds, all operating outside the stringent regulations of the federal banking system. It was money laundering on a grand, community-wide scale, cloaked in the guise of local philanthropy. People saw prosperity, but few understood the quiet mechanisms of control, the way a small loan could silently obligate a family for generations. The initial thread of unraveling came, not from within the community, but from a persistent outsider, Agent Maria Santos of the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit. Santos, a meticulous and unyielding investigator, was working on a broader case involving anomalous cash flows between various regional businesses and seemingly legitimate community organizations. The Mutual Aid Society, with its astonishingly high cash deposits relative to its stated purpose, quickly caught her attention. It was too efficient, too successful, without the typical regulatory footprint. She wondered, how could such an operation remain completely off the radar for so long? Santos began by scrutinizing publicly available information, property records, business registrations, local election contributions. She noticed a peculiar pattern. A small number of businesses consistently received favorable zoning changes or municipal contracts after receiving loans from the Mutual Aid Society. She also observed a remarkable homogeneity in voting patterns within the neighborhood. These were not direct proofs of crime, but subtle indicators of systematic, organized influence. Her breakthrough came through a quiet conversation with Carlo, a young, disillusioned bookkeeper at one of the society's affiliated construction companies. Carlo had grown up in the neighborhood, benefiting from Sal's generosity. But he had also seen the quiet despair of families whose lives were subtly steered by their unpayable debts of obligation. He never directly incriminated Sal, but he spoke in careful hypotheticals, describing certain practices he had observed. The quiet pressure to accept inflated invoices for materials, or to divert specific funds to consulting fees that went to unnamed third parties. He subtly confirmed Santos's suspicions about the hidden ledgers that tracked not money, but favors owed, meticulously linking families and businesses to their subtle, perpetual obligations to Sal. Armed with Carlo's indirect but invaluable insights, combined with her own financial forensics, Santos pieced together a compelling case. It wasn't about violence or overt threats. It was about racketeering through a sophisticated, ongoing system of financial coercion and illegal banking operations. The loans were not acts of charity but quiet investments in a network of influence. The favors were not spontaneous acts of gratitude, but carefully orchestrated maneuvers to expand Sal's control. The end of Sal Rossi's reign was as understated as his rule. Federal agents arrived at the Mutual Aid Society early one morning, not with guns drawn, but with reams of warrants for financial records and property seizures. Sal, surrounded by the ledgers that detailed his quiet empire, offered no resistance. He simply looked at Agent Santos with an expression that conveyed a lifetime of knowing unspoken rules. The charges were for orchestrating an illegal banking operation, widespread money laundering, and racketeering through financial exploitation. The community was left in a stunned silence, divided between those who felt betrayed and those who mourned the loss of their benevolent banker. The iron grip, which had been invisible for so long, had finally been exposed, leaving a neighborhood to grapple with the complex legacy of gratitude intertwined with silent, unseen debt. The sudden, almost baffling generosity of a powerful rival shipping magnate towards Elias Thorne's struggling company was the first sign that something profoundly unsettling was taking root on the docks. Thorne Maritime, a small, reputable shipping firm, had been teetering on the brink, yet an unexpected lifeline appeared in the form of a major contract from the notorious Blackwater Logistics, a company whispered to be inextricably linked to the city's quieter criminal elements. How could an act of seemingly benevolent assistance mask a far more insidious form of control? One that would ultimately ensnare a respected family man and his thriving business in a web of illicit trade from which there seemed no escape. Elias Thorne was a man who lived by the rulebook, a principle reflected in the immaculate organization of his modest office overlooking the bustling harbor. For 2 decades, Thorne Maritime had operated on the twin pillars of honesty and efficiency, specializing in the transport of legitimate goods, textiles, machinery parts, agricultural products. Elias himself was known for his quiet integrity, a man whose word was his bond, whose books were always in order, and whose ambition never outpaced his ethics. He cherished his family, his hard-earned reputation, and the comforting predictability of his routine. The offer from Blackwater Logistics had come at a critical juncture, saving him from financial ruin. It was a golden handshake that felt strangely heavy, almost binding, from the very beginning. The wharf lords, as the syndicate controlling the city's maritime operations was discreetly known, rarely resorted to overt threats or violence. Their power was a pervasive, almost atmospheric pressure, built on a foundation of long-held favors, strategic corruption within union halls, and an uncanny ability to exploit vulnerabilities. They saw Elias Thorne not as a rival to crush, but as a valuable asset to acquire. His clean record, his meticulous systems, and his unquestioned access to legitimate shipping lanes were precisely what they needed. Their initial investment in Thorne Maritime was not an act of charity, but a carefully placed anchor, a subtle tether designed to draw him into their orbit. The true nature of Blackwater's patronage unfolded gradually, like a slow-motion tide washing over the docks. First came the requests for special handling, certain crates, seemingly innocuous, to be loaded late at night, often without a detailed manifest, destined for unusual ports of call. Then came the preferential treatment for specific containers, requiring Elias's crew to bypass standard security checks, leveraging the trust Thorne Maritime had built with port authorities. Elias, initially resistant, found himself in a tightening spiral. The wharf lords didn't threaten his life, but they made it clear, through a series of increasingly pointed suggestions and carefully orchestrated coincidences, that his business, his family's financial security, and even minor, long-forgotten past indiscretions were all within their reach. He found himself rationalizing, convincing himself it was a temporary concession, a necessary evil to protect everything he had built. As months turned into years, Elias Thorne became the unwilling architect of one of the most efficient, invisible smuggling operations the city had ever seen. The special cargo, valuable untaxed luxury goods, rare artifacts, occasionally even sensitive industrial components, flowed through Thorne Maritime's legitimate channels with a quiet, almost poetic precision. Elias, with his innate attention to detail, made it appear effortless, seamlessly blending the illicit with the legal. He built new, ingenious routes, developed coded manifests, and cultivated a silent understanding with a select, increasingly compromised crew. His business prospered beyond his wildest dreams, but the cost was profound. The cheerful, honest man began to recede, replaced by a withdrawn, perpetually anxious figure, haunted by the knowledge of his complicity. The subtle smile that once played on his lips was gone, replaced by a permanent, weary furrow in his brow. The unraveling began not with a dramatic raid, but with the quiet persistence of a new federal customs agent, Lena Petrova. Agent Petrova wasn't looking for obvious contraband. She was looking for patterns that defied logic. She noticed the unusual surge in Thorne Maritime's profitability despite market stagnation, the slightly off-kilter shipping routes for certain types of cargo, the almost imperceptible inconsistencies in their paperwork. She didn't find drugs or guns, but rather an intricate, almost artistic, financial, and logistical deception. Her investigation was a slow, meticulous deconstruction of Elias's carefully constructed facade, focusing on the paper trail, the digital footprints, and the subtle anomalies that whispered of a hidden truth. The pressure mounted from both sides. Petrova's polite but piercing inquiries, delivered with a detached professionalism, chipped away at Elias's composure. The wharf lords, sensing the tightening net, grew less patient, their suggestions now carrying a sharp edge of warning. Elias was trapped. Betray the syndicate and his family would face retaliation. Remain silent, and he would be ruined by federal prosecution. The final act was not a violent confrontation, but a quiet, almost preordained surrender. One brisk morning, federal agents, led by Agent Petrova, arrived at Thorne Maritime. Elias Thorne, pale and weary, simply nodded. The truth, painstakingly revealed through the shipping logs and financial records he himself had meticulously, if unwillingly, helped create, laid bare the extent of his entrapment. The initial act of kindness had indeed built a cage, silent and strong, and the key had long since been thrown away. The unexpected, almost whimsical fascination of a shrewd FBI agent with a particular brand of artisanal olive oil was the unlikely thread that began to unravel a seemingly impenetrable international smuggling network. For years, shipments of rare, expensive goods, from ancient artifacts to high-end electronics, had been disappearing into the vast, intricate maw of global commerce, only to resurface on black markets in distant corners of the world. No direct links, no obvious patterns, only whispers of a phantom organization with an uncanny ability to exploit blind spots in customs and logistics. How could a simple gourmet product ultimately expose a sophisticated operation that moved billions in illicit goods across continents with an almost supernatural stealth, and bring down the shadowy figure known only as the Curator? The Curator was not a man of violent repute, nor was he known for flamboyant displays of wealth. His legend was built on discretion, meticulous planning, and an almost artistic appreciation for the movement of valuable, often illicit, commodities. His real name was believed to be Armand Dubois, a former logistics expert who had worked for decades in legitimate international shipping, learning every loophole, every blind spot, every human weakness in the system. He operated from the shadows, an unseen hand orchestrating complex global movements, specializing in goods too delicate, too valuable, or too legally contentious to move through conventional channels. He was a master of misdirection, often hiding diamonds inside shipments of frozen fish or priceless paintings within crates of industrial machinery. His network spanned multiple continents, a silent, efficient machine designed for one purpose: to make the impossible vanish and reappear. His clients were diverse: wealthy collectors seeking forbidden antiquities, criminal organizations trafficking in rare earth minerals, even intelligence agencies in need of discreet transfers of sensitive equipment. The Curator was known for his impeccable service, his ironclad guarantees, and his complete anonymity. He never met his clients, communicating solely through encrypted channels and a series of trusted, similarly anonymous intermediaries. His fees were astronomical, but his success rate was legendary. He understood that true security lay not in brute force, but in making his operations so utterly unremarkable, so perfectly integrated into the legitimate flow of goods, that they became invisible. The current focus of his operation was a series of high-value art heists across Europe, funneling the stolen masterpieces through seemingly legitimate trade routes and ultimately to anonymous buyers in the Middle East and Asia. The challenge was immense. Paintings of immense size and fragile nature, requiring specialized handling and rapid, untraceable movement. The Curator reveled in the complexity, devising ingenious solutions, like disguising a masterpiece as a medical scanning device requiring urgent transport, or labeling a stolen ancient statue as a shipment of building materials for a remote construction project. The first crack in his seemingly flawless system came from a seemingly unrelated investigation into organized crime activity in Naples, Italy. Agent Sofia Rossi, a sharp analyst from the FBI's art crime team, was tracking a network of art fences. During a routine review of shipping manifests, she noticed a curious detail: a consistent, small-volume export of a very specific, high-end olive oil from a remote, obscure producer in southern Italy. This olive oil, while excellent, was not widely distributed and certainly not known for significant international trade. Yet, every few months, a small, highly valuable shipment of art would vanish from a European gallery, and a short time later, a container full of this particular olive oil would arrive in a major port city, often in Asia, with unusually high declared value. Agent Rossi, a connoisseur of fine Italian food, recognized the brand and found the discrepancy odd. The volume of olive oil didn't justify the shipping costs, nor the declared value. It was a faint, almost statistical anomaly, the kind most investigators would dismiss as irrelevant. But Sophia had a hunch. She began to cross-reference the olive oil shipments with art thefts, not expecting a direct link, but looking for temporal correlations. Slowly, painstakingly, a pattern emerged. The olive oil shipments often preceded or followed a major art theft by a matter of days or weeks, always destined for the same few, seemingly unconnected shell companies. The oil itself was a legitimate product, used as a sophisticated cover load, a plausible reason for the container's movement, masking the true, high-value cargo hidden within. The investigation became a global treasure hunt, not for the art itself, but for the elusive patterns of the olive oil. Following the oil led them to the shell companies, which led them to the discrete logistics firms, which eventually led them through a digital breadcrumb trail to the encrypted servers controlled by the curator. The final unraveling was a masterclass in patient, meticulous detective work. There were no dramatic shootouts, no high-speed chases. Instead, it was a precise, coordinated takedown of a global logistical empire based on hundreds of thousands of shipping manifests and digital communications. Armand Dubois, the curator, was finally apprehended in a quiet villa overlooking the Tuscan hills, surrounded by his own modest collection of legitimate art. He offered no resistance, only a faint, almost imperceptible nod of recognition when Agent Rossi mentioned the olive oil. The very elegance of his deception, the subtle, artistic flourishes he had embedded in his network to make it invisible, had ultimately become his undoing. The phantom had finally left a trace, a deliciously subtle scent that led the hunters directly to his door. A rare, centuries-old Persian manuscript, believed lost for decades, suddenly surfaced in a private collection, discreetly handled by one of New York's most esteemed galleries. But if this coveted artifact was truly a historical rediscovery, why did its documented provenance contain a subtle, almost imperceptible discontinuity, a quiet gap that begged the question? How did a gallery celebrated for its integrity become the silent conduit for treasures that appeared mysteriously from nowhere, and for what hidden purpose? Julian Vance, the owner of Vance Gallery and Antiquities in the late 1980s, was a man who moved through the gilded world of high art with the grace of a connoisseur and the sharp eye of a merchant prince. His gallery, nestled on a quiet Upper East Side street, was renowned for its exquisite collection of old masters, rare antiquities, and discreet private sales. Julian was impeccably dressed, his silver hair perfectly coiffed, and his conversations laced with sophisticated anecdotes about art history and global travel. He cultivated an aura of unwavering discretion, a silent promise to his elite clientele that their acquisitions and their anonymity would be sacrosanct. To the public, he was a guardian of cultural heritage. In truth, he was a silent weaver of financial illusions, his gallery serving as an elegant, undetectable loom. How could such an esteemed arbiter of beauty secretly oversee a labyrinthine network of illicit trade? And what seemingly minor imperfection would ultimately expose the true nature of his curated empire? Julian's true genius lay not in art appreciation, but in his understanding of its unique liquidity and its powerful allure as a vessel for hidden wealth. His operation was twofold. Firstly, he facilitated high-end money laundering. Illicit funds, disguised as legitimate investment capital, would purchase lesser-known artworks from Vance Gallery at astronomically inflated prices. These pieces, often with a carefully constructed yet fictitious provenance, would then be resold through his network to offshore shell corporations at a slight loss, making the dirty money appear clean and a legitimate, if somewhat underperforming, investment. The true profit was not in the art itself, but in the untraceable flow of capital it enabled. Secondly, And more dangerously, Julian acted as a silent broker for stolen art and looted antiquities. The Persian manuscript was just one example. He employed a small team of highly skilled restorers and art historians, not only for their expertise but also for their discreet complicity. These individuals would meticulously alter minor details on pieces: a faded signature, a microscopic restoration mark, a subtly reshaped corner, or create entirely new, sophisticated certificates of authenticity designed to withstand initial scrutiny. He would occasionally disappear items temporarily from public view, allowing them to resurface years later with a completely rewritten, seemingly plausible history. His influence extended to insurance companies, auction houses, and even some smaller regional museums, subtly pressuring them through a network of favors and exclusive opportunities to accept his carefully constructed narratives. You might find yourself wondering, how does one even begin to differentiate the genuine from the masterfully fabricated when the fabricator is so highly regarded? The first faint tremor in Julian's meticulously crafted world registered on the desk of Lena Volkov, a meticulous art insurance investigator. Lena's job was to assess risk and investigate suspicious claims, and she had a particular talent for spotting inconsistencies where others saw only beauty. Her attention was first drawn to a series of high-value insurance claims submitted by a seemingly unconnected group of private collectors, all of whom had purchased their pieces from Vance Gallery. The claims were for minor damage, but the values assigned to the repairs seemed disproportionately high, often exceeding the original purchase price for pieces that were not, on the surface, considered masterpieces. It wasn't the damage that bothered her. It was the sudden, almost too convenient, upward revaluation of these artworks. Lena's investigation was a painstaking forensic audit of art. She didn't look for overt signs of fraud. She looked for the absence of expected signs. She noticed that many of the pieces, though appearing centuries old, lacked the subtle patinas or microscopic where patterns consistent with their claimed age and exposure. She engaged independent conservators to perform non-invasive analyses, revealing microscopic traces of modern pigments or recent repairs disguised to look ancient. She also began to cross-reference the alleged provenances of Vance Gallery pieces with historical auction catalogs, museum acquisition records, and even wartime art registers. She found subtle but significant discrepancies, certain pieces appearing in private collections without any prior public record of sale, or emerging from obscure estates that had no known history of possessing such artifacts. It was like finding a perfectly tailored suit with a single mismatched button, insignificant alone, but glaring when you knew what to look for. The critical break came from a quietly disillusioned art historian, a scholar whom Julian had subtly coerced years ago to authenticate a dubious artifact. Weary of the quiet moral rot and fearing the eventual collapse of Julian's empire, the scholar anonymously provided Lena with a single, seemingly insignificant detail: the specific type of rare, uncatalogued paper Julian used for his forged certificates of authenticity, and the peculiar, almost invisible watermark embedded within. This tiny detail, combined with Lena's existing evidence, allowed her to definitively link Vance Gallery to a hidden network of art forgery and illicit trade. The downfall of Julian Vance was as elegant and understated as his rise. Federal agents, acting on Lena's meticulously compiled evidence, obtained warrants for the gallery's records, a series of private warehouses, and Julian's personal accounts. There was no dramatic raid. Instead, Julian was approached discreetly during a private viewing at his gallery. He was amidst a conversation about the nuances of a Renaissance fresco when agents in plain suits quietly presented their warrant. He offered no resistance, simply a quiet, almost melancholic nod of understanding. The charges were for orchestrating an international money laundering scheme, racketeering through art fraud, and the trafficking of stolen cultural artifacts. His empire, built on the quiet manipulation of beauty and the invisible flow of illicit wealth, was ultimately undone by the relentless pursuit of truth, revealing that even the most masterfully curated illusions eventually unravel, one microscopic detail at a time. For decades, the books of the Moretti family were impenetrable, a labyrinth of numbers that defied all attempts at decryption, a financial fortress that seemed to guard every ill-gotten gain. But what if the very man who built that maze also held the key to its undoing, and why would he ever betray his own creation? Arthur Finch was not the type of man you'd pick out of a crowd. Small, with thinning gray hair and spectacles perpetually perched on his nose, he blended into the muted hum of mid-century New York. Yet, behind the unassuming facade lay a mind of formidable precision, a gift for figures that, by the early 1960s, had earned him an indispensable role within the formidable Moretti organization. He wasn't a tough, wasn't a button man. He was simply the accountant, and under his meticulous hand, the family's illicit profits from construction rackets, port operations, and illicit gambling houses vanished into a seamless web of legitimate-looking enterprises, laundromats, laundries, shell corporations in Panama, and seemingly legitimate investments in burgeoning suburban developments. It was a masterpiece of financial deception, a quiet, almost elegant system that kept the Moretti coffers overflowing and their enforcers at bay, far from the prying eyes of federal agents. Arthur worked from a modest office in downtown Manhattan, a place as unremarkable as he was, save for the state-of-the-art accounting machines humming softly in the corner. His days were spent hunched over ledgers, his nights often extended by the relentless demands of his clandestine clients. He rarely saw the Moretti boss, old Pasquale, who preferred to deal through his underboss, a ruthless but uneducated man named Santino Bellini. Santino saw Arthur as a necessary tool, a quiet genius who handled the numbers no one else understood. There was a certain respect, yes, but also a deep-seated contempt for Arthur's lack of street experience, his quiet, almost academic demeanor. This dynamic, this silent chasm between the pragmatic brutalism of Santino and Arthur's cerebral world would prove to be a subtle fracture within the very foundation of the Moretti empire. As the years blurred into decades, Arthur's methods grew ever more sophisticated. He pioneered complex layering techniques, creating offshore trusts and phantom companies long before such practices became commonplace. You might imagine the sheer volume of wealth flowing through his hands, the silent power he wielded. He moved millions, then tens of millions with the flick of a pen, transforming dirty cash into untraceable digital entries. His success wasn't measured in bullet holes or intimidation, but in the seamless flow of capital, the phantom growth of legitimate businesses that were, in reality, nothing more than conduits for crime. The FBI had task forces dedicated to organized crime, but the Moretti's money, thanks to Arthur, remained elusive, a financial ghost. However, even the most intricate systems contain a hidden flaw, often introduced not by external pressure, but by internal erosion. It began subtly. Santino Bellini, upon inheriting leadership after Pasquale's death, started to meddle. He was a man of immediate gratification, less interested in long-term financial strategies and more in short-term gains, often demanding access to funds that Arthur had meticulously tied up in complex, untouchable investments. Santino's demands became more aggressive, his respect for Arthur's expertise dwindling to outright disdain. He saw Arthur's cautious nature as weakness, his intricate designs as unnecessary complications. One humid summer evening, after Arthur had politely, but firmly, denied Santino immediate access to a frozen asset pool, Santino's voice, usually a low growl, rose. "You work for us, Arthur?" he'd snarled, leaning across the polished desk. "Remember that." The implicit threat hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet hum of Arthur's office machines. This shift, This perceived disrespect festered within Arthur. He was a man of order, of systems, and Santino's chaotic demands threatened the very integrity of his life's work. It wasn't about vengeance, not truly. It was about the destruction of a perfectly crafted mechanism, a professional slight against the meticulous structure he had built. When a young, ambitious assistant U.S. attorney, Elias Thorne, began to piece together fragments of seemingly unrelated financial transactions, a whisper from an informant about a laundromat chain, an odd real estate transfer, he found himself staring at the vast, impenetrable wall of Moretti's finances. Elias had a hunch, a nagging feeling that somewhere, deep within the layers of shell companies, there had to be a pattern, a signature. The moment it all unraveled wasn't dramatic. No car chases or shootouts. It began with an innocuous audit of a small, legitimate bakery in Queens, a business that had suddenly, inexplicably, doubled its revenue year over year without any apparent increase in production. Elias Thorne's team followed the breadcrumbs, not of illicit cash, but of inexplicable legitimate growth. They found that the bakery's sudden prosperity was tied to a seemingly legitimate investment fund, managed by a quiet, anonymous accountant. Arthur Finch had made a mistake, a small one born of frustration and a subtle, almost unconscious desire for his elaborate system to be seen by someone capable of appreciating its complexity, even if that someone was the government. He had intertwined a single clean business too closely with the dirty money, a tiny thread of legitimacy that, when pulled, began to unravel the entire tapestry. The feds found not a snitch, but a puzzle. Arthur, weary of Santino's escalating interference and the relentless chipping away at his financial masterwork, made a choice. He didn't offer a plea bargain, not at first. Instead, he presented them with a challenge. He provided them with an anonymous tip, a single encrypted hard drive that contained a fraction of his records, a tantalizing glimpse into the vast network. He allowed them to discover the flaws, to piece together the financial architecture he had built, providing just enough information for them to understand the sheer scale of the deception and how it had been expertly constructed. It was a silent, intellectual surrender, a way to ensure his life's work, the system itself, was finally understood, even as it was dismantled. For Arthur Finch, the ultimate quiet betrayal wasn't about destroying the Moretti family, but about preserving the integrity of his own grand design, even if it meant its eventual unraveling at the hands of those who sought to bring it down. And in the silent aftermath, the true question remained. Was it a betrayal of loyalty, or a desperate act of preservation by a man whose art had been fundamentally misunderstood? The hushed whispers that followed the professor, a man whose real name was rarely spoken aloud, spoke volumes about his unique standing in the criminal underworld. Unlike the brutish enforcers or bombastic dons, his weapon was not a gun, but a mind that dissected complex financial systems with surgical precision. For years, he orchestrated grand schemes of fraud and embezzlement for the city's most powerful crime families, leaving no trace, no witness, only perfectly clean ledgers and empty vaults. But what truly set him apart was his almost obsessive need for intellectual challenge, a need that would ultimately lead him to construct a labyrinthine financial deception so intricate it baffled both the criminals who hired him and the law enforcement determined to catch him. How could a man of such extraordinary intellect, seemingly devoid of personal ambition beyond the thrill of the puzzle, become entangled in a game of such high stakes, risking everything not for power or wealth, but for the sheer artistry of the perfect crime? The professor was an enigma. He dressed in simple, often tweed jackets, favored quiet cafes over opulent restaurants, and spoke with a meticulous clarity that belied his true profession. Born Arthur Pendleton, he was a former academic, a brilliant but eccentric economist who had found the rigid boundaries of academia stifling. The world of legitimate finance, too, proved uninspiring. He craved complexity, real-world problems that demanded a multifaceted solution, and the underworld, with its endless flow of illicit capital and its desperate need for discretion, offered the ultimate intellectual playground. He didn't care for the dirty money itself, only the elegant mechanics of its transformation. His reputation was built on his ability to make millions vanish from one account and reappear, untraceable and clean, in another, often across multiple international borders, utilizing legal loopholes and obscure financial instruments no one else understood. His services were retained by various factions, each vying for his unique genius. He served them all with detached professionalism, a silent, almost invisible conductor of their illicit orchestras. He crafted shell corporations faster than anyone could dismantle them, established phantom businesses that existed only on paper, and mastered the art of layering transactions until the origin of the funds was utterly obscured. He was the ghost in the machine, the phantom architect of prosperity for those who operated outside the law. His schemes were so sophisticated that even the criminal organizations he worked for sometimes struggled to follow the intricate trails he laid, often requiring his patient, almost professorial explanations. The current challenge, and perhaps his greatest masterpiece, was a multifamily embezzlement scheme targeting a seemingly impenetrable national pension fund. It was an audacious undertaking, requiring the synchronization of multiple front companies, the careful manipulation of stock markets, and the subtle bribery of high-level financial executives. The professor approached it with the fervor of a chess grandmaster. Each move was calculated, each potential countermove anticipated. He spent months researching obscure financial regulations, identifying weaknesses, and designing a multi-stage withdrawal process that would mimic legitimate investment losses. The objective wasn't just to steal the money, but to do so in a way that, even upon discovery, would be virtually impossible to unravel. A perfect crime that left no fingerprint, only a gaping hole in a balance sheet. As the scheme unfolded, the money began to flow, quietly and consistently, into the coffers of the crime families. But something shifted in the professor. The initial thrill of the intellectual challenge gave way to a subtle hubris. He began to introduce increasingly complex, almost artistic, layers of obfuscation, not always necessary for the crime, but purely for the elegance of the design. He left tiny, almost imperceptible breadcrumbs, not for the police, but for the theoretical worthy adversary who might one day attempt to follow his trail. He wanted his work to be admired, a silent testament to his unparalleled genius. The unraveling began not with a direct lead, but with a lone, quiet financial analyst at the Department of Justice, a woman named Dr. Evelyn Reed, who specialized in computational forensics. Dr. Reed was studying anomalies in large-scale financial data, searching for statistical deviations rather than specific criminal acts. She didn't have a suspect, only an algorithm that flagged unusual patterns of losses within the pension fund, losses that were too perfect, too statistically aligned to be random. She found the professor's subtle, almost artistic flourishes, a series of transactions that mirrored a Fibonacci sequence, a set of dates corresponding to obscure historical events. These were the intellectual breadcrumbs he had left, a signature that, to the right mind, became a taunting challenge. Dr. Reed, intrigued by the sheer complexity and the almost intellectual arrogance embedded in the financial data, presented her findings. What followed was an unprecedented collaboration between federal agencies, not hunting a traditional criminal, but unraveling a financial puzzle of immense proportions. They found no violence, no threats, no coercion, only a brilliant mind at play. The evidence against the professor wasn't a confession or a witness, but the sheer, undeniable elegance of his convoluted financial creations, meticulously traced by Dr. Reed's team. When they finally found him, he was in his small apartment, surrounded by stacks of financial textbooks, meticulously detailing a new, even more complex theoretical system on a whiteboard. He looked up, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips, as if acknowledging a worthy opponent. The game, it seemed, was finally over, and the master of the financial maze had been caught by the very brilliance of his own design. It began with a seemingly innocuous, yet statistically improbable, fluctuation in the prices of obscure derivative contracts on the London Stock Exchange in the mid-1990s. For months, a particular set of low-volume, high-risk instruments showed an uncanny resilience against market downturns, consistently yielding small, steady profits for an anonymous offshore trust, a financial anomaly that quietly begged the question: who possessed the foresight or perhaps the control to consistently defy the very laws of market probability, and for what hidden purpose? At the heart of this financial paradox was Julian Jules Finch. Publicly, he was a celebrated independent financial advisor, operating from a discreet, elegant office in London's exclusive Mayfair district. His clientele consisted of old money families, discreet industrialists, and sovereign wealth funds. He was known for his sharp mind, his unparalleled network, and his almost mystical ability to find value in overlooked corners of the market. Jules was meticulously dressed, quiet in demeanor, and possessed a preternatural calm, even amidst the most volatile market turmoil. He spoke in hushed tones, preferring to listen, to observe, to discern the unseen currents beneath the surface of global finance. How could such a respected, almost revered, figure be secretly orchestrating the movement of billions in illicit wealth? And how was he keeping it all invisible amidst the transparent world of high finance? Jules's true expertise lay in a complex, multi-layered money laundering scheme that went far beyond simple shell corporations. He didn't just clean money, he transformed it. His system involved creating a vast, intricate web of offshore trusts and legitimate-looking investment vehicles, all meticulously designed to appear utterly conventional. Funds would bounce through multiple jurisdictions, passing through layers of seemingly independent entities, each transaction carefully structured to obscure its origin. The genius of his method, however, was in using these laundered funds to make highly sophisticated, often counterintuitive, investments in niche, thinly traded markets. He would place small, precisely timed trades in obscure bonds, exotic currencies, or the aforementioned derivative contracts, slowly manipulating their value over weeks or months. Then, when the time was right, he would sell, creating legitimate-looking profits that concealed the original dirty money, now appearing as pure, untraceable investment gains. This wasn't about quick cash. It was about patient, high-volume financial alchemy, turning illicit funds into genuinely earned wealth, at least on paper. The first faint glimmers of suspicion arose from the desk of Anya Sharma, a junior analyst at the Financial Conduct Authority, FCA. Anya was tasked with monitoring algorithmic trading patterns, a relatively new field. She noticed the consistent, almost infallible profitability of the offshore trust trades in certain derivative contracts, which consistently defied established financial models and risk assessments. It wasn't a sudden spike, but a slow, continuous, statistically unlikely streak of success in markets that were inherently volatile and unpredictable. Her superiors initially dismissed it as an anomaly, perhaps a newly developed algorithmic trading strategy. But Anya couldn't shake the feeling that something was profoundly amiss. It was too perfect, too consistent, like watching a dice continuously land on six. Anya, driven by a quiet intellectual curiosity, began to dig deeper in her spare time, spending late nights analyzing trading data, cross-referencing market movements with news cycles, and scrutinizing economic indicators. She found that the offshore trust trades often preceded or coincided with minor, localized events that shouldn't have had a global market impact, yet somehow consistently did for these specific derivatives. It was as if someone knew precisely how a ripple would affect a distant pond. She then meticulously started tracing the connections between these derivative contracts and the underlying assets they represented, eventually finding a subtle but consistent pattern of ownership that led back to a small number of seemingly disparate legitimate businesses, all of which had, at some point, been advised by Julian Finch. It was like tracing individual threads of silk through a vast, intricate tapestry, only to discover they all originated from the same hidden loom. Anya presented her findings to a small, specialized team at the Serious Fraud Office, SFO. She didn't have a smoking gun, no direct evidence of a criminal act, but she had a mountain of statistically improbable data and a highly complex web of interconnected financial entities, all subtly pointing back to Julian Finch. The SFO, recognizing the sophistication of the potential scheme, initiated a quiet, forensic investigation, obtaining warrants for Finch's financial records and client lists through a circuitous route to avoid tipping him off. They began to unravel the full extent of his shell corporations, the intricate layering of transactions, and the quiet agreements he held with various international criminal syndicates who paid handsomely for his financial alchemy. The evidence they uncovered was not about physical threats, but about a meticulous, systematic manipulation of financial systems. The downfall of Julian Finch was as understated as his rise. He was arrested not in a dramatic raid, but after a quiet meeting with a new prospective client, an individual who was, unbeknownst to Finch, an undercover SFO agent. As the agent concluded the meeting, federal agents, dressed in plain suits, entered Finch's elegant office. Finch, ever composed, merely offered a slight nod when the agents presented their warrant. The charges were for orchestrating a massive international money laundering operation, sophisticated market manipulation, and racketeering. His quiet empire, built on the unseen flows of capital and the subtle exploitation of complex financial mechanisms, was dismantled not by violence or a grand betrayal, but by the relentless pursuit of an improbable statistical anomaly, revealing that even the most perfectly engineered financial deceptions can be undone by the simple truth of numbers that eventually refuse to lie. He was known as the Listener, the consigliere whose quiet presence and piercing gaze suggested he knew every whisper, every hidden truth within the city's shadowed hierarchy. But what if the very act of accumulating everyone else's secrets blinds you to your own vulnerabilities? And who could possibly orchestrate the silent collapse of a man who knew too much? Angelo Rossi possessed an uncanny ability to absorb information without seeming to seek it. From his understated office overlooking the Hudson River, he became the silent arbiter of disputes, the unacknowledged bridge between warring factions, and the trusted confidant of bosses who would never admit to needing counsel. In the shadowy world of New York's organized crime from the late 1970s through the 1990s, Angelo wasn't a man of muscle, but of mind. His power lay not in force, but in foresight, in the delicate dance of leverage and obligation. He remembered everything. Every illicit transaction, every hidden debt, every infidelity, every whispered doubt about a capo's loyalty. These were the true currencies in Angelo's world, meticulously cataloged not in ledgers, but in the vast, intricate network of his memory. He cultivated an aura of serene wisdom, a demeanor that suggested solutions would always materialize from his calm presence. When a dispute arose over a territory or a particularly lucrative construction bid, it was Angelo who would convene the parties. He wouldn't shout or threaten. Instead, he would speak in hushed tones, gently guiding the conversation, subtly reminding each man of a past indiscretion or a shared vulnerability, until a seemingly equitable solution was found. This soft coercion, the unspoken threat of exposure, was his masterpiece. Through this, he ensured the flow of illicit revenue continued smoothly, from rigged poker games and loan sharking to large-scale racketeering in the garment district and waste management. He ensured that the wealth, once collected, was carefully filtered through a network of legal firms and dummy corporations, often disguised as legitimate real estate investments or charitable trusts. You might imagine the confidence such a position would breed. Angelo believed himself indispensable, a central nervous system for the entire criminal ecosystem. He saw the world in terms of information flows and strategic advantage, always a step ahead, always anticipating the next move. He had survived multiple regime changes, federal investigations, and the relentless ambition of younger men, largely because he was perceived as neutral, an invaluable asset whose knowledge was too critical to risk. He ensured that no one held all the pieces, except perhaps himself, and he guarded his knowledge with a discretion that bordered on the monastic. However, the world was shifting. The old guard, who understood the subtle power of reputation and information, began to fade. A new generation emerged, less steeped in tradition, more enamored with brute force and quick, visible displays of power. These were men who saw Angelo's intricate web of influence as an anachronism, a slow and cumbersome way to achieve what a well-placed threat could accomplish instantly. One such man was Vincent "Vinny" Moretti, the nephew of a boss Angelo had once saved from federal indictment. Vinny was sharp, ruthless, and unlike his uncle, deeply distrustful of anyone he couldn't directly control. He saw Angelo not as an oracle, but as a potential liability, a walking encyclopedia of secrets that could one day be turned against them. The unraveling wasn't a sudden explosion, but a quiet, methodical dismantling. Vinny began to cultivate his own network of informants, not within the old guard, but among disgruntled mid-level associates who felt overlooked. He didn't seek to expose Angelo's secrets immediately. Instead, he sought to duplicate them. He started by discreetly verifying the details of the older consigliere's past interventions, cross-referencing information, building his own private database of leverage. Angelo, so focused on the grand machinations, failed to notice the subtle shift in the informational currents around him, the small eddies forming outside his sphere of influence. He became complacent, perhaps even a little arrogant, in his belief that his system of interconnected secrets was unbreakable. The turning point came when a major cargo shipment, tied to a highly sensitive international smuggling operation that Angelo had meticulously arranged, went missing. This wasn't a robbery, it was a ghost. The money had vanished, the goods untraceable, and all the usual contacts Angelo relied upon for information suddenly went silent. This was Vinny's silent coup. He had used his newly acquired information, whispers of discontent and weaknesses within Angelo's trusted network, to quietly sever key connections, subtly redirect funds, and create diversions that made it appear as if the feds or a rival family were responsible. The loss wasn't financially crippling, but it was a profound blow to Angelo's reputation, his very claim to indispensability. When he called upon his old favors, his old leverages, they simply didn't work. The lines of communication had been cut, the debts silently repaid or forgotten by those Vinny had quietly cultivated. Angelo found himself isolated, his phone calls unanswered, his meetings canceled. The subtle shifts in pacing and tone within his own carefully managed world became deafening. He was still the listener, but there was nothing left to hear. He wasn't threatened, he wasn't attacked. He was simply bypassed, rendered irrelevant. His power, built entirely on access to information and the trust that came with it, dissolved when the information became widely known or when new conduits for it emerged. The old guard saw him as a relic, the new as a faded map of a territory they no longer wished to navigate. His carefully constructed edifice of influence crumbled not under a barrage of bullets, but through the quiet, insidious erosion of his network, leaving him adrift in a world he no longer understood. And in the silent aftermath, one couldn't help but wonder if the most dangerous secret of all was the one you never knew was being stolen. right from under your very nose. In the gleaming high-rises of a burgeoning 1980s American city, Mr. Julian Thorne was a name synonymous with civic pride and philanthropic generosity. His charity galas were the highlight of the social calendar, his real estate developments lauded as masterpieces of urban renewal. Yet, behind the public accolades, a much darker enterprise was quietly flourishing, fueled by secrets and silent threats. How could a man so publicly adored, a beacon of upright community leadership, secretly hold the reins of power through the most insidious form of blackmail? And what would it take for his meticulously constructed facade to finally crumble? Julian Thorne was not a man who carried a weapon, nor did he employ enforcers in the traditional sense. His tools were information and influence, wielded with the precision of a master surgeon. From his opulent penthouse office, overlooking the cityscape he ostensibly helped build, Thorne cultivated relationships with the city's elite. Politicians, judges, wealthy businessmen, and prominent socialites. He invested heavily in private investigation firms, not for criminal purposes, but to gather seemingly innocuous, yet potentially embarrassing, details about influential individuals. A hidden affair, a past financial indiscretion, a family secret that could ruin a reputation. These were the currencies of Julian Thorne's true empire. He never overtly threatened. Instead, he simply made his suggestions known, hinting at the quiet, devastating consequences should his advice be ignored. His method was insidious in its simplicity. A rival developer might find unexpected delays in permits for a prime property, only to have Julian Thorne generously offer to take over the project, ensuring all obstacles vanished. A prominent judge might face a sudden, unsubstantiated rumor about an old college prank, just before Thorne needed a favorable ruling on a zoning dispute. The victims rarely connected the dots immediately, so subtle was Thorne's touch. He appeared as a savior, a problem solver, not a coercer. You might wonder, how could so many intelligent, powerful people fall prey to such an indirect form of control? It was the fear of exposure, the quiet dread of public humiliation, that served as Thorne's most potent weapon. The initial thread that began to unravel Thorne's web was pulled by Detective Sergeant Michael Cole. Cole was not looking for organized crime. He was investigating a series of seemingly unrelated, highly favorable business deals that consistently benefited Thorne's enterprises. It was the pattern that caught his eye. Every time Thorne acquired a new property or won a major contract, a competitor or an official involved in the decision would mysteriously withdraw, often citing personal reasons or unforeseen complications. There was no visible pressure, no overt crime, just a series of unlikely coincidences. Cole felt like a diver exploring the deep ocean, sensing a massive, unseen current pulling everything in one direction. Cole's investigation began with interviews, polite, unassuming conversations with those who had changed their minds about deals involving Thorne. He listened carefully, not for what was said, but for what wasn't said. He noted the hesitation in their voices, the subtle shifts in their eyes, the nervous glances away. He found a consistent undercurrent of discomfort, a palpable relief when the conversation shifted away from Julian Thorne. It wasn't fear of physical harm, but a profound, almost shameful sense of vulnerability. One city councilman, during a casual chat over coffee, nervously mentioned a personal matter that had forced his withdrawal from a lucrative land deal, then quickly changed the subject. That quiet nervousness, more than any direct statement, told Cole that something was deeply wrong. Cole then turned to financial records, tracing the labyrinthine flow of Thorne's investments and philanthropic donations. He discovered that many of Thorne's shell companies and investment vehicles were managed by a small, discreet legal firm known for its exceptional privacy protocols. It was through this firm that Thorne funneled payments to a network of researchers, data brokers, and private investigators, all ostensibly for due diligence on his real estate ventures. But Cole started to cross-reference these due diligence reports with the personal reasons cited by those who had suddenly capitulated to Thorne's demands. The match was chillingly precise. The critical break came when an ambitious journalist, researching Thorne for a Man of the Year profile, stumbled upon a seemingly benign database of public records that Thorne's private investigators frequently accessed. Digging deeper, the journalist uncovered a pattern. Just before a major deal, Thorne's team would pull up every available detail on the key players involved. She shared her findings with Cole, confirming his suspicions. It wasn't about extortion notes or threats. It was about the chilling power of knowing everything about someone and subtly implying that everyone else could know it too. With the journalist's insights and his own meticulous research, Cole had enough to secure a warrant, not for a violent raid, but for the quiet seizure of Thorne's financial records and the computers of his private investigation firms. The evidence was overwhelming. Meticulously organized dossiers on hundreds of influential figures, cross-referenced with Thorne's business dealings. There were no direct threats, only detailed profiles of vulnerabilities and the timing of Thorne's suggestions. Julian Thorne was arrested not amidst a flurry of gunfire, but during a charity gala he was hosting, a stark contrast to the quiet dignity he always maintained. The charges were not for violence, but for racketeering, leveraging confidential information, and conspiracy to commit extortion through subtle, ongoing coercion. As federal agents calmly escorted him away, the city watched in stunned silence. The philanthropist, the civic leader, the man who had seemed above reproach, was revealed to be a meticulous architect of control. His empire built not on concrete and steel, but on the silent, chilling power of secrets. The city was left to grapple with the unsettling realization of how easily power, even in its most refined form, could be used to quietly corrupt. For decades, the name Julian Thorne was synonymous with urban renewal. His architectural firm the visionary force behind the city's most ambitious and acclaimed development projects. Yet, despite his groundbreaking designs and celebrated public image, a subtle undercurrent of unease lingered around his consistent, almost miraculous success. How could Thorne's firm, often a newcomer in a fiercely competitive field, repeatedly secure the most coveted government contracts, always seeming to know the city's future trajectory before anyone else? Julian Thorne was a man of impeccable taste and an aura of effortless intellectualism. His architectural practice, Thorne and Associates, was located in a renovated historic building downtown, its minimalist aesthetic reflecting Julian's personal philosophy. He was a regular on architectural panels, lectured at universities, and his firm's models, gleaming miniature cities, frequently graced the covers of prestigious design magazines. He championed sustainable development, community engagement, and forward-thinking urbanism, endearing him to local politicians and the public alike. On the surface, he was the embodiment of civic-minded progress, a modern-day urban alchemist who transformed blight into beauty. Beneath this polished surface, however, Julian had cultivated a sophisticated, almost invisible system of influence. His power wasn't derived from traditional bribes or overt threats, but from an intricate dance of privileged information and strategic favors. Julian cultivated deep relationships with key city council members, zoning board officials, and public works directors. These relationships were not transactional in a crude sense. Instead, they were built on mutual respect and shared interests, or so it seemed. Julian would offer pro bono consultations on complex urban issues, discreetly fund political campaigns through anonymous trusts, and host exclusive, intimate dinners where city leadership and potential investors mingled, subtly exchanging information and forming tacit agreements. This network allowed Julian Thorne to consistently acquire prime parcels of land just before they were slated for major public works projects or advantageous zoning changes. He'd then use his insider knowledge to propose and win the lucrative contracts for developing these very parcels. His firm's bids, while appearing competitive, often included proprietary knowledge about future infrastructure plans, allowing them to optimize designs and timelines in ways no legitimate competitor could. Developers who partnered with Thorne found their projects sailed smoothly through bureaucratic hurdles, while those who dared to operate independently often faced inexplicable delays, permit issues, or sudden, burdensome environmental reviews. It was a form of soft coercion. Cooperation with Thorne ensured success. Independence guaranteed frustration, if not outright failure. The city, though undeniably benefiting from Thorne's aesthetically pleasing developments, subtly paid a hidden cost. Land acquired cheaply by Thorne's shell companies would then be sold to the city or private developers at vastly inflated prices, ensuring substantial profit margins. The public, seeing gleaming new parks and revitalized districts, rarely questioned the underlying financial mechanics. Julian Thorne had created an ecosystem where his genius for design was inextricably linked to a genius for quietly manipulating the urban landscape for immense personal gain. The first thread in the unraveling of Julian Thorne's carefully woven empire was pulled by an unassuming city archivist, Eliza Vance, in the late 1990s. Eliza was engaged in a meticulous, painstaking project, digitizing decades of city planning documents, including early drafts of zoning maps and long-forgotten urban development proposals. It was a tedious task, but Eliza possessed an almost photographic memory for details. She began noticing peculiar discrepancies. Certain parcels of land, purchased by obscure limited liability companies she would later trace back to Thorne's network, were consistently acquired just months, sometimes weeks, before official public announcements of major infrastructure projects that significantly increased their value. More strikingly, some early zoning map drafts, quietly filed away and never officially adopted, reflected proposed changes that perfectly aligned with Thorne's later development proposals, sometimes years before those changes were publicly considered. Eliza, a quiet woman with a deep respect for truth, hesitated for weeks, reviewing her findings repeatedly. These weren't smoking guns, but rather an intricate pattern of foresight that bordered on prescience, a prescience too precise to be mere luck. She cautiously approached an old acquaintance, an investigative journalist named Thomas Harding, known for his relentless pursuit of quiet corruption. Thomas, initially skeptical, became intrigued by Eliza's meticulously cross-referenced data. The subsequent investigation was a slow, deliberate dive into public records. Thomas and Eliza worked in tandem, tracing the ownership of land parcels through layers of shell corporations, cross-referencing them with campaign finance reports, meeting minutes of closed-door city council sessions, and even the seemingly innocuous guest lists of Julian Thorne's exclusive social events. They found no direct evidence of cash changing hands, no overt bribery. Instead, they uncovered a systematic pattern of influencer fees, consulting retainers, and investment opportunities offered to key city officials. All perfectly legal on the surface, but clearly designed to create a web of financial dependency and implicit obligation to Thorne. The more they dug, the more apparent it became that Thorne wasn't just reacting to the city's growth. He was subtly shaping it for his own enrichment. The moment it all unraveled was not a dramatic raid, but a series of quiet, almost academic presentations. Thomas Harding published a multi-part investigative series, The Unseen Architects, in a local newspaper. It presented the meticulously compiled timeline of land acquisitions, proposed zoning changes, and Thorne's firm winning subsequent development contracts. It laid bare the subtle but undeniable pattern of insider information and quiet influence, illustrating how the city's vision was being subtly hijacked. The public reaction was one of stunned disbelief. Julian Thorne was eventually indicted not for crude bribery, but for sophisticated racketeering, wire fraud, and conspiracy, demonstrating a pattern of using public office for private gain through his intricate network of influence. His arrest was quiet, delivered to him in his pristine office, surrounded by the very models of the city he had so masterfully and secretly reshaped. The question of how he consistently secured those lucrative contracts was answered, not through architectural genius alone, but through a quiet, almost imperceptible hand that manipulated the very blueprint of the city until the unseen lines became visible to the patient observer. 4 years, every major construction project in the city, from the gleaming new convention center to the smallest storefront renovation, seemed to flow through the hands of one man, Arthur "Art" Donovan, the beloved head of the city's largest construction union. His public image was impeccable, a tireless advocate for the working man. Yet behind this benevolent facade, a silent tax was being levied on every brick laid and every girder hoisted. How could a system so subtly coercive, built on seemingly legitimate connections, be brought to light without a single act of overt violence? Arthur Donovan presented himself as the quintessential American success story, a man who had risen from humble beginnings as a laborer to become a powerful and respected figure. He chaired charity drives, sat on civic committees, and was a frequent guest on local talk shows, always espousing the virtues of hard work and community solidarity. His union hall was a bustling hub of activity, a place where members felt heard and protected. Donovan's influence was undeniable. No significant building project in the sprawling industrial city could proceed without his tacit approval, and more importantly, without his union's labor. But Donovan's power wasn't merely about collective bargaining. He had, over decades, perfected a system of soft coercion, an almost invisible hand that guided lucrative contracts and ensured substantial kickbacks. It wasn't brute force that enforced his will, but the quiet threat of delay, of bureaucratic snags, of sudden labor disputes that could cripple a project for months, costing developers millions. A city official might find their permit application inexplicably stalled. A developer might discover that their preferred construction firm suddenly couldn't secure the necessary union workers. The solution, always subtly implied, was to use a recommended subcontractor, a firm secretly owned or influenced by Donovan himself, or to make a generous donation to one of his numerous community outreach programs. This intricate web of influence extended deep into the city's infrastructure. Permits that should have taken weeks flew through in days for those who understood the unspoken rules. Building inspections that might have halted projects for violations were miraculously overlooked. Donovan rarely handled cash himself. Instead, the illicit proceeds flowed through a complex series of holding companies and consulting firms, all appearing legitimate, all meticulously documented. His personal wealth grew steadily, invested in respectable real estate, private equities, and even a scholarship fund for underprivileged youth, a further layer to his benevolent public persona. The atmosphere around Donovan was one of quiet respect, tinged with an undercurrent of knowing silence. No one spoke of Mafia. That was for the movies. This was simply how things worked in the city. Contractors learned to factor in the Donovan tax into their bids. City officials understood that their careers progressed smoother if they didn't ask too many questions about certain contracts. It was a self-sustaining ecosystem of subtle leverage and unspoken agreements, built on the fear of inconvenience and financial ruin, rather than physical harm. The first crack in this seemingly impenetrable edifice came from an unlikely source. Evelyn Reed, a meticulous, recently hired assistant in the city's zoning and permits office. Evelyn was an outsider, fresh out of college, without the ingrained cynicism of her older colleagues. Her job was to cross-reference permits with project timelines and budget approvals, a task she approached with almost obsessive diligence. She began noticing patterns. Certain projects, particularly large, high-profile ones, consistently received expedited approvals despite incomplete documentation, while smaller, unrelated projects faced endless bureaucratic hurdles. More puzzling was the recurring involvement of a specific set of consulting firms and obscure material suppliers on the fast-track projects, companies Evelyn couldn't find much public information about. Evelyn, with her fresh eyes, saw what others had come to accept as normal. She began quietly compiling her own spreadsheet, cross-referencing company names, permit numbers, and the names of the city officials who signed off on them. The data, when laid bare, painted a stark picture of a systemic bottleneck with a single common denominator. Projects linked to Arthur Donovan's favored entities flowed unimpeded, while others languished. The breakthrough came when she discovered an obscure clause in an old union contract, rarely invoked, which allowed for a discretionary review period for certain large-scale projects. A clause that Donovan's union had leveraged dozens of times to subtly delay competing bids. She cautiously brought her findings to a federal investigator, Special Agent David Chun, who had long suspected a deep-seated corruption in the city's construction sector but lacked the concrete proof. Evelyn's meticulously assembled data provided the roadmap. Chen's team began a slow, deliberate financial investigation, tracing the money trails from the recommended firms back to shell corporations and eventually to accounts indirectly controlled by Donovan. They didn't need to prove violence. They needed to prove financial coercion and illicit enrichment. The moment it truly unraveled was not a dramatic arrest, but a series of quiet subpoenas. Financial records, carefully concealed for years, were suddenly compelled. Bank accounts were frozen. Key figures, once loyal due to fear or profit, began to waver under the relentless pressure of forensic accounting and the threat of severe legal consequences. Arthur Donovan, the beloved benefactor, found his network of silent obligors dissolving. The quiet influence he had wielded for so long could not withstand the unyielding scrutiny of federal auditors and the stark light of transparent financial disclosure. His empire, built on the shifting sands of subtle coercion and quiet deals, crumbled not under the weight of a violent reprisal, but under the quiet, methodical unearthing of a few anomalous data points by a diligent, unassuming clerk. His carefully crafted image as the community's pillar was shattered by the very bureaucratic paper trail he had so masterfully manipulated. For centuries, the Benevolent Hearts Foundation, known simply as BHF, was the unassailable pillar of Viridian City, its name synonymous with selfless civic duty and unwavering compassion. Its grand annual galas were the highlight of the social calendar, its coffers overflowing with donations from the city's elite, and its public projects, from restored orphanages to revitalized public parks, dotted the urban landscape like beacons of hope. But how could an institution built on such seemingly pure intentions, a beacon of goodwill, become the quiet engine for a vast criminal enterprise for decades, and what seemingly innocuous thread would finally unravel its deeply embedded secrets? Elias Vance, the long-standing director of the Benevolent Hearts Foundation, was a figure of almost saint-like reverence. With his silver hair, gentle eyes, and a voice that resonated with sincere conviction, he embodied the very spirit of philanthropy. From his elegant, tastefully furnished office within the historic BHF headquarters, a renovated 17th-century mansion, Vance presided over an empire of good deeds. He was a trusted advisor to mayors, a confidant to industrialists, and a comforting presence for the city's most vulnerable. His public image was meticulously cultivated, a testament to decades of tireless work and an unblemished reputation. You might have seen him on the nightly news, humbly accepting an award, or perhaps sharing a quiet word of encouragement with a child in one of BHF's community centers. Yet, beneath this flawless veneer of benevolence, Elias Vance had, over time, transformed BHF into a sophisticated conduit for illicit wealth and a powerful instrument of quiet coercion. His criminal enterprise was not one of back alleys or violence, but of silent influence and financial manipulation. BHF had become the unspoken gatekeeper for a surprising range of local approvals, from lucrative city grants for small businesses to essential building permits and even certain hard-to-obtain import licenses. Businesses seeking these approvals quickly learned the unwritten rules: a substantial donation to the Benevolent Hearts Foundation or the engagement of one of BHF's recommended consulting firms, which were, in reality, shell companies controlled by Vance's network, ensured swift passage through bureaucratic labyrinths. Those who attempted to bypass this system found their applications inexplicably stalled, their permits perpetually pending, or their businesses facing sudden, crippling regulatory inspections. The funds flowing through BHF were a murky blend of legitimate donations and vast sums laundered from various illicit ventures. These ventures were themselves meticulously low-profile: quiet racketeering that controlled supply chains for construction materials, subtle insurance fraud schemes involving phantom claims, and discreet art forgery operations that moved priceless fakes through legitimate auction houses. The illicit profits were washed through BHF by exaggerating the costs of legitimate charitable projects, creating non-existent aid programs on paper, and funneling money through inflated procurement contracts for BHF's suppliers, companies that existed only as ledger entries. These donations from anonymous benefactors or overseas trusts added layers of impenetrable legitimacy to the incoming dirty money. For decades, this intricate system had operated with impunity. The city, undeniably cleaner and seemingly more compassionate thanks to BHF's visible efforts, rarely questioned the underlying financial currents. Politicians and officials, many of whom owed their quiet career advancements to BHF's subtle support or had family members benefiting from its discreet directorships, looked the other way. Vance's power was absolute, rooted not in fear of physical harm, but in the quiet certainty that he could make daily business and political life in Viridian City utterly unworkable for anyone who dared to defy his invisible hand. He had perfected the art of making his criminal enterprise seem like an indispensable public service. The slow unraveling began not with a disgruntled insider or a dramatic police raid, but with the quiet determination of Dr. Alistair Finch, a young, idealistic historian. Alistair was undertaking a doctoral thesis on the long-term economic impact of historical charities on urban development, and BHF, with its centuries of history, was his prime subject. He spent countless hours in the city archives, poring over microfiche, faded paper ledgers, and brittle old audit reports from BHF's past. Alistair, with his meticulous eye for detail, began noticing peculiar patterns that defied logical explanation. He observed that specific, large, round-number donations to BHF, often from new and previously unknown benefactors, consistently coincided with key legislative votes or the approval of major public works projects that significantly benefited certain businesses. More puzzling were the recurring appearances of the same obscure vendor companies across disparate BHF projects, always with identical, unusually high invoices for seemingly simple services. These vendor companies were virtually untraceable through public records. His initial academic curiosity slowly transformed into deep suspicion. Alistair meticulously cross-referenced BHF's published annual reports with external economic data, city council meeting minutes, and property records. There were no direct smoking guns, but a consistent, statistically improbable correlation emerged. The patterns were too precise, too repetitive to be mere coincidence. Alistair, a scholar not a detective, hesitantly presented his findings to Detective Inspector Lena Volkov, a veteran financial crimes investigator known for her patient, methodical approach. Lena initially dismissed it as academic theorizing, but Alistair's exhaustive data and persistent, logical questions gradually piqued her interest. The true breakthrough came when Inspector Volkov, leveraging her access to forensic accounting tools and international banking records, began to unravel the vendor companies. Through complex legal requests and collaboration with overseas financial oversight bodies, she managed to trace their ultimate beneficiaries. The intricate web of offshore accounts and shell companies eventually led, unmistakably, back to Elias Vance's personal holdings and a select few of his closest, outwardly respectable associates. The donations were meticulously structured payments for legislative favors, disguised as charitable giving. The moment it all unraveled for Elias Vance was not a dramatic confrontation, but a quiet visit to his office by Inspector Volkov and a team of federal agents. They presented him not with accusations of violence, but with an overwhelming dossier of irrefutable financial evidence. Charts, graphs, and meticulously traced transfers detailing decades of systematic financial fraud, racketeering, and conspiracy. His intricate system of deceit, designed to operate in the quiet shadows of public benevolence, had left an indelible financial footprint. Elias Vance was charged with orchestrating one of the largest and longest-running financial crimes in the city's history, all conducted under the hallowed guise of charity. His empire, built on the veneer of selfless benevolence, ultimately crumbled under the weight of its own meticulously crafted deceit, proving that even the most sacred facades can conceal the darkest intentions, waiting for the quiet light of scrutiny to expose them. A forgotten cassette tape, marked only with a cryptic series of numbers, sat in a dusty evidence locker for years, dismissed as an amateur recording. Yet, this unassuming tape held the key to dismantling a multi-million-dollar criminal enterprise hidden within the glittering world of music. How could a simple piece of analog audio, almost lost to time, reveal the silent orchestrator of a vast financial deception? Elias Thorne was a man who moved with effortless grace through the exclusive circles of the music industry. With his impeccably tailored suits and a smile that could charm a snake, he was the enigmatic force behind Soundwave Collective, a record label that seemed to effortlessly discover and catapult new artists to fame. Operating from a sleek, minimalist office overlooking the Hollywood Hills, Thorne presented himself as a visionary producer, a curator of raw talent, and a shrewd businessman who understood the evolving landscape of sound. He spoke eloquently of artistic integrity and the magic of creation, all while orchestrating a silent symphony of financial manipulation. Thorne's enterprise wasn't built on traditional rackets or street violence. His power lay in exploiting the abstract nature of intellectual property and the labyrinthine complexities of global music rights. Soundwave Collective signed promising artists, developed their albums, and handled distribution, seemingly a standard operation. However, beneath this polished veneer, Thorne inflated production costs to astronomical levels, siphoned off promotional budgets, and doctored royalty statements, leaving artists with paltry sums while vast profits vanished into obscure accounts. He also had a particular genius for acquiring obscure, forgotten music catalogs, old jazz, forgotten folk, even polka from the 1950s, through shell companies at ridiculously low prices. These catalogs, virtually worthless on the legitimate market, became ghost highways for his illicit funds. Thorne would then artificially generate millions of plays or downloads for these obscure tracks through an intricate network of bots and manipulated streaming services, creating the illusion of massive, legitimate revenue flowing back into Soundwave Collective. This process effectively laundered millions in untraceable funds, transforming dirty money into legitimate-looking music royalties. The coercion was subtle, often unsaid. Artists desperate for a break signed contracts that bound them for years, with clauses so convoluted they were virtually indecipherable. Any who questioned the meager royalty statements found their next album mysteriously delayed, their promotion budgets slashed, or their music suddenly pulled from distribution. Thorne never needed to issue a threat. The slow, quiet strangulation of an artist's career was often enough to ensure compliance. The glittering facade of Soundwave Collective masked a sophisticated engine of fraud, humming quietly in the background of global music. For years, federal agencies had received whispers of something off about Soundwave Collective. There were rumors of artists feeling cheated, of sudden spikes in popularity for long-dead genres, but nothing concrete enough for a full-scale investigation. The sheer volume of transactions and the abstract nature of digital music rights made it nearly impossible to trace the origin of the discrepancies. Thorne had designed his system to be diffuse, 1,000 tiny drops in an ocean of data, hoping to escape detection. The beginning of the end for Elias Thorne came not from a disgruntled artist or a rival, but from the quiet passion of an aspiring music journalist, Liam Chun, in the early 2000s. Liam was fascinated by obscure music history and spent countless hours sifting through old music databases and nascent streaming platforms, searching for hidden gems. He began to notice an inexplicable trend. Certain incredibly niche tracks, often decades old, from obscure artists on the Soundwave Collective catalog, would suddenly register millions of plays in geographically disparate locations, only for their popularity to vanish just as quickly. The data simply didn't add up. Why would a 1960s German Oompa band briefly dominate the digital charts in rural Nebraska, then disappear without a trace? Liam's independent blog posts, dissecting these statistical anomalies, eventually caught the attention of Special Agent Lena Petrova, a financial crimes investigator with a background in intellectual property law. Agent Petrova had been fruitlessly trying to build a case against Thorne for months. Liam's data, though anecdotal, provided the missing spark. She realized Thorne wasn't just manipulating current streams, he was leveraging an entire back catalog, creating ghost revenue streams. The key breakthrough came when Agent Petrova cross-referenced Liam's data with old, archived music publishing records. She discovered that many of the suddenly popular obscure tracks had royalty streams directed to a web of holding companies, all with indirect ties to Elias Thorne. It was a painstaking process, tracing ownership of rights through shell corporations and offshore trusts, all meticulously designed to obscure the true beneficiary. The forgotten cassette tape was discovered during a subsequent raid on a storage facility linked to one of Thorne's defunct early ventures. It was an unreleased demo from an artist who was supposedly a major hit for Soundwave years prior, but had mysteriously disappeared from public view. The cryptic numbers on the tape matched an early internal Soundwave tracking ID for this ghost artist, directly linking him to the manufactured play counts. This cassette, a tangible piece of the very artistry he had corrupted, served as a crucial piece of physical evidence, solidifying the digital trails. The final unraveling of Elias Thorne's empire was quiet and absolute. Federal agents, armed with a mountain of meticulously compiled financial data, intellectual property ownership transfers, and the irrefutable evidence of the manipulated streaming numbers, moved swiftly. Thorne was arrested not in a dramatic standoff, but calmly, in his luxurious office, surrounded by the gold and platinum records that symbolized his fraudulent success. The charges were not for violence, but for systemic money laundering, wire fraud, and intellectual property theft, crimes of the mind, meticulously uncovered by the relentless pursuit of anomalies in the quiet hum of data. His silent score, once so carefully orchestrated, had finally played its last, discordant note, leaving a trail of quiet betrayal and shattered artistic dreams. A quiet cough, barely audible above the murmur of conversation in the smoky back room of the Piacere Social Club, was the only indication that Don Vincenzo Moretti was losing his grip. For nearly 40 years, the Old Lion, as he was respectfully and fearfully known, had ruled his family with an iron will disguised as a benevolent, traditional hand. He navigated the treacherous currents of the city's underworld with a blend of shrewd intelligence and brutal efficiency, ensuring his syndicate's dominance through protection rackets, lucrative construction deals, and the silent enforcement of his will. But now, information seemed to arrive slower, decisions felt subtly misaligned, and small, uncharacteristic errors began to ripple through the organization. How could a man who had built an empire on unwavering control find himself steadily losing his command, not to a rival, but to an invisible, insidious force within his own trusted circle? Don Moretti's reign was a testament to stability in a world defined by volatility. He eschewed the flashy lifestyles and public displays of power that often drew unwanted attention. His strength lay in his network, his deep understanding of human nature, and his meticulous adherence to the old ways. He cultivated loyalty, not just through fear, but through a genuine, if paternalistic, care for those who served him. His protege, Marco Rossi, was the embodiment of this trusted circle. Quiet, intelligent, and possessing a strategic mind as sharp as any, Marco had been with the Dons since he was a young man, rising steadily through the ranks. He managed the family's most sensitive financial operations, ensuring the flow of untraceable funds from their various enterprises into legitimate investments. Marco was the Don's eyes and ears, his most trusted confidant, always 2 steps ahead, always anticipating, always loyal. Or so it seemed. The subtle shift began not with overt acts of defiance, but with a series of delayed messages, misinterpretations, and minor administrative oversights that always seemed to benefit a particular faction within the family, a faction increasingly beholden to Marco. Information reaching Don Moretti was subtly filtered, nuanced to paint a slightly different picture, to guide his decisions down a specific path. A crucial meeting with a powerful union boss would be rescheduled at the last minute, causing a perceived slight. A lucrative construction bid would be missed due to clerical error. Each incident individually was negligible, explainable. Collectively, they began to weave a narrative of the Don's declining acuity, a narrative subtly whispered and subtly reinforced by those around Marco. It was a slow, almost imperceptible erosion of trust, a quiet chipping away at the very foundations of the Don's authority. Marco understood that true power wasn't seized in a dramatic coup. It was accumulated piece by piece until the old structure simply became untenable. He never directly challenged Don Moretti. Instead, he cultivated alliances, offered solutions to the very problems he subtly exacerbated, and positioned himself as the indispensable man, the one who truly understood the evolving landscape of the city. He ensured that the Don's directives, though well-intentioned, often met with quiet resistance or unexpected complications, while Marco's own suggestions always seemed to yield immediate, tangible results. The loyalty that had once been absolute was now fragmenting, shifting imperceptibly towards the rising star who promised efficiency and a smoother path forward. The younger generation, impatient with tradition, saw Marco as the future, a leader who could adapt to the changing times. The moment of unraveling arrived not with a bang, but with a whimper, a quiet resignation. Don Moretti, increasingly isolated, found himself presiding over meetings where his decisions were no longer met with immediate compliance, but with polite, deferential questions that masked subtle challenges. The information he received became so incomplete, so skewed, that he could no longer effectively govern. He saw the subtle glances between his captains, the deferential nods that now seemed to include Marco more than him. He realized that the levers of power had slipped from his grasp, not violently, but gracefully, almost imperceptibly, into the hands of the man he had trusted most. One cool autumn evening, sitting in his dimly lit study, Don Moretti made his last independent decision. He summoned Marco. There were no raised voices, no recriminations. Just 2 men, one old and weary, the other young and ascendant, acknowledging an unspoken transfer of authority. Don Moretti simply stated that he felt it was time for a quieter life, for the young blood to take the reins. Marco, with a perfectly modulated display of respect and humility, accepted. The following week, it was announced that Don Vincenzo Moretti would be stepping down, retiring to his estate in Florida due to failing health. It was a gracious exit, a respectful facade. But everyone knew the quiet shadow had finally eclipsed the old lion, not through a roar, but through a perfectly orchestrated whisper, proving that the most profound betrayals often leave no visible scars, only a silent, chilling void where power once resided. In the sun-drenched, olive-groved hills of post-war Sicily, Don Enzo Valenti presided over a formidable, if quietly managed, network of legitimate exports and whispered understandings. His closest confidant, the man who managed the complex financial flows of his empire, was Pietro Marino. Pietro was known for his calm demeanor, his sharp intellect, and a loyalty so absolute it was legendary among the family's associates. He was Enzo's shadow, his memory, the quiet engine of his operations. But how could such unwavering devotion, seemingly ironclad for decades, secretly harbor a slow, calculated betrayal, one that would quietly unravel an entire legacy from within? Pietro Marino had joined Don Enzo's ranks as a young, unassuming clerk, possessing an uncanny knack for numbers and an almost pathological discretion. While others reveled in displays of power, Pietro preferred the quiet hum of an accounting ledger, the intricate dance of figures that represented vast sums of olive oil, citrus, and other, less savory, commodities moving through Europe. He rose swiftly, not through ambition, but through sheer indispensable competence, becoming Don Enzo's trusted consigliere. He meticulously structured the financial fronts, legitimate businesses that masked the true nature of their profits, making them appear undeniably successful, almost too successful, which was precisely the point. Enzo trusted him implicitly, often quipping that Pietro knew his own mind better than he did. Yet, beneath this veneer of perfect service, a quiet discontent had begun to fester in Pietro's heart. He saw Don Enzo as a relic, a man of honor and tradition in a world that was becoming increasingly ruthless and transactional. Enzo's methods, built on handshake deals and ancestral loyalties, struck Pietro as inefficient, even sentimental. Pietro envisioned a modern operation, sleek and invisible, unburdened by the weight of old-world allegiances. He began to subtly divert small streams of illicit income, creating separate, untraceable accounts in Swiss banks, disguised as legitimate investments for distant, nameless clients. This was a quiet subversion, a systematic siphoning that initially went unnoticed amidst the larger currents of the family's wealth. As the years turned, Pietro's subtle machinations grew bolder. He manipulated information flow to Don Enzo, subtly highlighting the shortcomings of other captains or exaggerating minor failures, always presenting himself as the calm, capable solution. He would subtly suggest business ventures that, while appearing beneficial to the family, ultimately channeled more wealth into his hidden coffers. He quietly cultivated relationships with younger, more ambitious members of the family, subtly planting seeds of doubt about Don Enzo's outdated approach. He painted a picture of a future where efficiency, not tradition, reigned supreme, with himself at the quiet helm. It was a masterful, bloodless coup unfolding in plain sight, hidden only by the veil of unwavering loyalty. How does one even begin to detect such a slow, invisible bleed? The unraveling began not with a grand revelation, but with a persistent, nagging anomaly. Luca Rossi, a younger captain whom Pietro had initially sought to cultivate, was meticulous in his own right, perhaps even more so than Pietro realized. Luca was tasked with reviewing the family's agricultural exports and noticed a peculiar pattern. Certain shipments, consistently high value, seemed to generate a disproportionately small profit margin within the official books. He initially dismissed it as an error or a legitimate fluctuation, but the pattern recurred. He brought it up to Pietro, who calmly explained it away with plausible, if slightly vague, market explanations. Yet, Something in Pietro's explanation, too smooth, too rehearsed, pricked at Luca's curiosity. Driven by a desire to prove his own worth and an innate sense of order, Luca began to discreetly delve deeper. He didn't suspect betrayal. He suspected inefficiency or perhaps a low-level pilfering. He spent weeks cross-referencing shipping manifests with sales receipts, then comparing them to bank deposits. He discovered discrepancies that were too consistent to be accidental. Following a hunch, he tracked the final destinations of some of these seemingly underperforming shipments and found that while the official family accounts showed only a fraction of their value, separate shell corporations, which Pietro had quietly set up and controlled, were receiving the full, legitimate payment. It was a labyrinthine scheme of double booking and phantom invoices designed to siphon off the difference. Luca presented his findings to Don Enzo not as an accusation, but as a problem with the new accounting system, carefully detailing the financial leakage without naming Pietro directly. Don Enzo, who had always believed in Luca's sharp mind, listened intently, his expression growing grimmer with each perfectly presented data point. The evidence was irrefutable, a cold, hard truth laid bare by numbers. He saw not just the financial loss, but the intricate, calculated nature of the deception, the quiet, decades-long betrayal by the one man he trusted above all others. There was no dramatic confrontation, no public shaming. Don Enzo was a man of quiet power. He arranged a special meeting with Pietro, a private discussion where only the two of them were present. What was said remained between them, but the outcome was stark. The next morning, Pietro Marino was gone. His villa, his cars, and all the wealth traced back to the family's stolen profits were quietly reabsorbed. He was stripped of his influence, his name erased from the family's ledger, exiled from Sicily with nothing but the clothes on his back, a ghost of his former self. Don Enzo, though he had stopped the bleed, was a man irrevocably wounded, his trust shattered. He continued to oversee his network, but the fire had dimmed, the weight of the betrayal too heavy. He stepped down from his active role within a year, leaving behind a legacy not of violent downfall, but of a quiet internal collapse, a stark reminder that the most dangerous betrayals often come cloaked in the guise of unwavering loyalty.